Hey guys, I'm learning TFT. In this video, I'm going to go through a coaching session with Marcel P where we do a deep dive into 3-2 augment selection. And we're going to go through kind of high-level theory about the approach to the 3-2 augment selection, a framework that helps you decide how to approach the selection, and then we do a deep dive into a number of VODs from this last weekend's Tactician's Cup from some of the top players, including Dishsoap, Setsuko, and Wasian who all performed pretty well in the tournament. I also want to call out Marcel. Congratulations to him for qualifying for his first regionals. You can see here that he tied Soju for at 116 qualifier points. So I'll definitely be cheering him on for regionals. So he has a shot at making worlds for the first time. And Marcel got 12th in the Tactician's Cup. And we take a look into Setsuko. Dishsoap got first. I don't think you can see this right now, but yeah, the first place was Dishsoap, Setsuko 5th, and Wasian 10th that we do deep dives into in our coaching session. I'll first give you a brief teaser of kind of the core ideas that we talk about, and then I'm going to go into the meta mindset of the day, which is going to be talking about slowing down. So if you want to jump straight to the coaching session, I'll provide timestamps in the description below. This is definitely a very long coaching session and relates to this idea of slowing down and deliberate practice. So if you're looking for a short 15 to 30 minute Cliff Notes version, this is not the video for you. And more generally, my videos are designed around having a different mindset and approach to the game, how to learn, how to approach, having a psychological and philosophical approach to TFT and to life that's going to be a little bit different than most of the content that you're going to see out there. So if you're looking for your typical fast, quick, in and out, get the snippet of information type of video, this is not that. This is going to be a really deliberate, slow process where we're going to go into very nuanced decision making and thought process, examining pros and cons, and really slowing down to see how we can learn and improve. So that's kind of the idea and mindset behind this video, as well as just generally most of my videos. So I'll first do a kind of a high level of teaser into what Marcel and I are going to cover. So when you approach 3-2 augment selection, you really want to look for broken combos, which might be hitting a +2 for an emblem, for example, hitting +2 rebel emblems, +2 scrap emblems, so that you can hit some type of Exodia. Artifact combos like double ranged Nocturne, extremely good. Augment setups like Trait Tracker with scrap. And so in certain situations like this, if you already have an emblem on, let's say, Wandering Trainer Portal, it may be worth tailoring on 3-1. So tailoring, when you remove traits or add traits in, it can affect the augments that appear on 3-2. And so if you don't have a trait activated, then those trait augments won't appear, which increase your odds of getting augments that you do want to appear. So we'll talk a little bit about tailoring in the coaching session. Aside from broken combos, you want to think about what your board or econ really needs at the 3-1 point going into 3-2 augment selection. So if you're really poor, you probably want some type of gold. One thing to note here is that Prismatic at 3-2 only has invested plus, I believe. There might be one other gold option, but gold has a lot more. So gold tier has a lot more gold econ options. So if you're on Prismatic Party, that's one thing to consider. In fact, we go in over a Wasian game where it was Prismatic Party, and he was very poor. And so it's something to think about when invested plus isn't typically good, but thinking about when is the right situation that you would really benefit from getting a gold infusion. And this is, even if you are poor, you're less likely to consider this if you are on an econ encounter, because it makes up for a lot of your lack in gold. Another scenario to consider is when your items are all half component slams. You may want to think about getting item component or reforger Pandoras as a way to fix your items. And when your board and econ are doing well, like let's say you have a solid board in terms of both unit quality, you have a bunch of 2-stars, your items are good and your econ's fine and you're healthy, then you can think about, do you want to preserve a streak, like a win streak right now, in which case it might make sense to get more items to be strong now. Or if you know that someone else in the lobby is playing towards an Exodia line and you just want to preserve HP in the mid game, that's another reason to be strong now. Whereas if you think you can play for first, then you want to think about some type of scaling or global combat augment. So scaling in terms of team combat, like Epitaph, or I forget if you can get pumping up at this point in the game, but some type of team combat that scales as the number of units on your board increase and the unit quality on your board increases. So that's kind of a teaser, and we'll also talk about some of these scenarios where it makes sense to go into these specific augments. And then we're going to go into a number of games from the tournament and do a deep dive where we jump to we take a look at the encounter for every game, and then we jump to 3-1 to see, basically assess, like, from these scenarios and these priorities where we are, so that going into the 3-2 augment selection, we can more easily filter out categories of what augments we want to select from and what augments are easy rolling options. So again, I'm going to do the meta mindset of slowing down. If you want to jump straight to the coaching session, feel free to take a look at the timestamp in the description below. So meta mindset of the day, slowing down. This is a picture that was generated by ChatGPT, given some of the ideas here. But one of the key reasons that I wanted to emphasize slowing down here is you'll notice I haven't really created videos in the last week, and the reason for that is I went on to a massage workshop. It was a couples massage workshop with my wife at Esalen in Big Sur in California, and one of the big, like, insights or aha moments I had was I was massaging my wife, and she likes really deep massages, and I'm a very action-oriented person. I like to help the people around me. That's a large part why I create these videos. I coach executives, startup founders. I coach my kids' sports teams. I generally like to, and a lot of that comes from my own childhood, feeling like I was helpless as a child, oftentimes with some of the traumas I had with my parents growing up. So constantly wanting to feel like I could do something to help the people around me. And especially, I have 2 young children. One of the challenges I have with my kids is I'm typically around the house, the one that's like making sure the trains are running on time, we're getting to bed on time. Yeah, just whenever we have plans on weekends, making sure that we're getting from place A to place B to place C on time, especially with a lot of birthday parties for the kids and random stuff. And so that can create a lot of stress and anxiety for me to move stuff along and be action oriented, which is useful in that it has opened up a lot of doors for me, but can also be counteractive at times. And one of the key things in massage kind of theory is that, or practice, is if you are going over a very tender spot that's really tight in someone's body, and you're trying to go deep in that area, moving fast is actually counterproductive. And the reason for that is that your brain goes into like kind of fight or flight mode when things are going too fast in a painful area. And so the instructors are actually teaching that when you go really slow, and this is like almost snail's pace and going really deep and hard, when you slow down, that actually is a signal to the brain that it's actually safe and your brain can relax more and let go more. But when you're constantly going fast, especially when it's painful or stressful or anxiety provoking, your brain and body kind of clench up and makes it really hard for you to relax. And so for someone like me who's used to helping through action, it's very just counter to my instincts. And so that was like a big realization, and a big part of this massage class that was helpful beyond just massage work was actually feedback and communication in a relationship, because we had to give each other a lot of feedback as far as like, hey, do we want more pressure? Is this spot good? Do we want to like, is it too much pressure? And so that feedback was really useful for me to realize like, hey, like my wife was actually preferring me to like go at a snail's pace, which was really hard for me. Like I wanted to just like move when I was putting pressure on her. And I realized that I applied that same mentality to like home life with my kids and also to TFT, that sometimes when I'm playing games and trying to learn, I can have a really fast pace, just go from game to game almost on autopilot without being really deliberate and slowing down and thinking about how effective what I'm doing is and how it feels, whether it feels good, versus like really slowing down and noticing what the benefits of that are. And so I have a bunch of ideas related to that here, which starts like kind of with neuroscience and psychology, but kind of also incorporates some like kind of psychology and philosophy. So this will be useful definitely for both how you approach your mindset for TFT as well as for life. So first idea is from Daniel Kahneman. He wrote the book Thinking Fast and Slow. He talked about this idea of system 1 versus system 2 thinking in your brain. And this is from ChatGPT summarizing it. But system 1 is basically fast thinking. If you think about it from a computer science analogy, system 1 is like compiled code. It's very intuitive, fast, automatic, effortless, often subconscious, and allows you to make quick judgments. But it can be prone to bias and errors because anything that is like new information, new scenarios, situations that your algorithm has not been designed to adequately solved, or your sample size of environment or situations similar to that problem is small in the past, then the fast thinking actually isn't as effective. And that's where the system 2 slow thinking comes in. Fast thinking is also a lot easier on your brain. It's like more effortless, where you're just on autopilot. And that's oftentimes when I get stuck in, like, let's say TFT, I'm just on autopilot and I'm not critically thinking about where I am in the game. I'm not critically thinking about alternate lines that I could be taking or experimenting with. I'm just like, okay, I've seen this before and I'm just going to follow this game plan that I already know. That's system 1 fast thinking. System 2 slow thinking is very deliberate, analytical, and takes a lot of effort. It feels more tiring to do slow thinking, but it is also a lot more rational in that. This is if System 1 is like compiled code. System 2 is like just in time computation. So it's like dynamic computation on the fly, which again is a lot more costly from a algorithmic CS hardware standpoint, but it can solve more complex problems and make more difficult decisions. Again, it's more mentally taxing. So our brains are typically lazy and try to avoid doing slow thinking most of the time, but it is more accurate. And we often default to System 1, the fast thinking, when we shouldn't. And so System 1 oftentimes runs the show most of the time because we can't operate on System 2 all the time. Our brains would just get too tired. We would get too exhausted. And so System 2 is needed when there are kind of new and novel problems that we need to solve. And when you think about how System 1 and System 2 work together in a TFT context, System 2 is more needed when a new set or new patch comes out and there's a lot of new information to process. And that's actually the danger of being in System 1 all the time, especially in a new patch, is that you think that your compiled code is actually useful when what you need to do is actually to slow down a lot and to be a lot more deliberate to prevent the cognitive biases that come up in System 1. And so I asked ChatGPT to apply these ideas to TFT. And so System 1 is really useful for immediate decision making when you need to, when there's kind of obvious patterns that doesn't require deep analysis. So let's say you have 3 item components and it's like very clear what slam makes sense. Or in situations where you need to make very quick decision making, like positioning at the last second, or on a very quick roll down on 4-2, like just the pattern recognition. Being able to put something into Team Planner is kind of like fast thinking because you're not really making any dynamic decision making. Whereas System 2, the slow, deliberate, analytical thinking, is kind of like your long-term strategic planning, figuring out what line to select instead of one-tricking a path or a line, or like considering more outside the box possibilities instead of only considering 1 or 2 lines that you are very familiar with. Scouting a lot more and adapting on the fly to what opponents are doing requires a lot more slow thinking. And this one's like kind of probabilistic assessment. So like how contested you are, how many units out of the pool of your unit, and how much gold on average it might take you to be able to find your desired forecast unit, for example. All of these are examples of much more slow thinking. And so you kind of have to find a balance between System 1 and System 2, where I'm trying to shift my approach to the game to be more in System 2 at the start of a patch, or when I am preparing for a tournament, for example, which is what I'm doing for this weekend for the Project Mentor and was it the ASA's TFT Plus program also has a tournament coming up. But doing more System 2 at the beginning of like a slow down and deliberate approach at the beginning of a patch or tourney prep, and then as you approach the end of a patch or as the tournament approaches or a snapshot, switching more to System 1 once you have like kind of compiled your code of what is the optimal approach, and even like kind of dynamically thinking about critically about when you want to kind of shift between these 2 modes is really relevant in TFT. That's true more broadly as well for life. Like it can be really easy in life to just go on autopilot in System 1. And that can put you into some traps where you just get into the same mode of thinking, mode of thought. I was just talking with a good friend about he's taking some time off unemployment right now, and he's considering between two jobs where one, he could go to a startup and really be put into a really uncomfortable situation, but also an exciting situation where he could be able to help drive a lot of strategy for a tech company that is doing a lot of cutting edge, innovative stuff on the AI front. But he'd have to step outside of his comfort zone a lot. So he'd have to really shift from System 1 to System 2. Whereas the other job that he's considering is like pretty much exactly the same as his previous job. Very known, he could just kind of cookie cutter follow the playbook that he set up at his last job, which would be a lot more System 1 approach. And so another trap of System 1 is that things could get boring if you're just there all the time because you kind of stop learning. And when it comes to games and why we play games in the first place, I think it's about striking the right balance between System 1 and System 2. And I think that's just as true in life. Because you don't want to live your whole life in System 1. It's like kind of dull, or at least I wouldn't want to. Maybe some people would. I personally would just get bored out of my mind. I love going into System 2 and striking the right balance, right? But that's what I love about TFT as a game, because it kind of forces you to go into System 2 mode. Whereas other games that are more static don't really change much. The longer you play the game, the more things kind of get into System 1 and the harder it is to shift your mentality. Whereas the patch cycle, the new set cycle kind of forces you to like kind of engage the System 2 thinking. Next idea by Daniel Coyle from the Talent Code. He talks about this idea of how our brains work. And there's in your neurons there, every time, well, I'll just read the quote. Every human movement, thought, or feeling is a precisely timed electric signal traveling through a chain of neurons, a circuit of nerve fibers. Myelin is the insulation that wraps these nerve fibers and increases signal strength, speed, and accuracy. The more we fire a particular circuit, the more myelin optimizes that circuit, and the stronger, faster, and more fluent our movements and thoughts become. So the basic idea here is that as you practice certain things, as you repeat information in your mind, the more you repeat those things, the more myelin or insulation that wraps your nerve fibers. And so it increases the signal strength, speed, and accuracy. So another way of approaching this, kind of thinking about System 1, is that it's like you're compiling code. And so then in the future, when new information comes along that needs to send a signal down these nerve fibers, like let's say you practice your 4-2 roll down a bunch, which is something that I talked about in my last video. The more you practice it, the more that these nerve fibers get more myelin, which makes it so that you can perform this task of the 4-2 roll down with improved accuracy, speed, and quality. And that's why you'll see later as when we get to the coaching session with Marcel, why we take a very kind of longer, slower, deliberate approach to really understanding how to improve 3-2 augment selection. But more generally, like this is just a useful skill to apply to anything that you are trying to improve at. And so, yeah, like the more that you deliberately and slowly think about every aspect of the game that you want to improve on, then the better that you will get at those areas of the game. If you are just grinding mindlessly and not really reflecting on your mistakes, not really reviewing your games, you're not really going to improve over time. And most of the videos that you'll see out there on YouTube are much more around like, oh, what's the flavor of the day? What's good right now? What comp is good right now that you can one trick? And like those are fine, but you kind of become reliant on those content creators to be good. And what can actually help you get to the next level quicker is actually if you figure out a process for learning. And a big part of that is slowing down and being extremely deliberate about the way you study and improve at the game. And this is for sure true in life. Like if you just are following a path and a ladder that someone else sets for you and just listening to what someone else says you should do, just like, you know, watching a YouTube video of like what's the best comp and how to play it, like, yeah, you can get to a decent point in life. But what will truly enable you to get to the highest levels of whatever it is you want to do, if you want your financial freedom a lot earlier than, you know, just following the established path, then figuring out how to do a lot more system two thinking, slowing down, being a lot more deliberate about how you approach your life and the decisions and career choices that you make, especially as AI is evolving more quickly and more jobs are being replaced, and skills are rapidly changing. This is just as true in life as it is in TFT. The understanding these core ideas is especially important. All right, so next, Daniel Coyle says, why does slowing down work so well? Well, the myelin model offers two reasons. First, going slow allows you to attend more closely to errors, creating a higher degree of precision with each firing. And when it comes to growing myelin, precision is everything. So this relates very closely to the massage example that I was bringing up earlier, that when you go really slowly, your brain is allowed to relax, to really pay attention to detail. And that detail is what allows for the signal strength, speed, and accuracy over time, that precision, so that in the future, it allows your compiled code, the system one code, to work far more effectively than if you are just, you know, a lot of times I'll go sometimes from video to video on YouTube, 2x speed. And this is like kind of the trap of the digital world that we live in today. You know, you're kind of on this content treadmill. You're like on TikTok, you're just swiping, looking for your next dopamine hit. Everything's flying at you 1,000 miles per hour, and we don't really slow down. And that makes it really hard for us, our brains, to relax, to learn new things, to shift from system one to system two, which means that a lot of times you're kind of just stuck in system one of what you know from the past, and you're not really learning new skills, and just makes it really hard to improve at whatever it is that you're doing. Robert Persig, in the classic book Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, said, when you want to hurry something, that means you no longer care about it and want to get on to other things. So impatience often leads to mistakes. If you're hurrying all the time, you're not really fully engaged in what you're doing. And if you really want to get better at what you're doing, then being present, focusing on the right now, instead of whatever imagined future you have, being really intentional about your play leads to better decisions. And a lot of times, I think when people are impatient, trying to get the next dopamine hit, just playing on autopilot, that's when people want to externalize blame and blame more dog, blame the game, blame the balance. But when you start to think a lot more deliberately, being present and enjoying the journey as well, like that leads to a lot more accountability on yourself. It leads to a lot more learning and improvement. Persig continues to say, we want to make good time, but for us now, this is measured with emphasis on good rather than time. And when you make that shift in emphasis, the whole approach changes. This has been an idea that I've been revisiting over and over and over again. That our society is so hyper focused on productivity and efficiency and progress that we've lost sight of the whole point, which is like, yes, we want to make more money. Yes, we want to be able to hit a certain rank in TFT. We want to accomplish, dream big and hit our goals. But when we think about all these goals and making enough money to retire, saving for the rainy day, a lot of times for many people, they're constantly on this treadmill. And I've been guilty of this too. You're on this treadmill of wanting to hit a certain rank, get to master, diamond, master, challenger, whatever, making a certain dollar amount so that you can feel like you have self-worth or that you can retire. And there's so many people that hit that target and then they're like, now what? So then they just move the target even further. And so then you spend your whole life trying to chase this thing that is always out of reach. And so Persig's point here is that at the end of the day, what you care more about is actually the emphasis on good, the emphasis on quality, on the present over the time aspect of the end goal. So focusing on quality over speed. So really slowing things down, focus on the process, make the best decision that you can make each turn. Being a lot more deliberate and methodical instead of focusing on the result all the time. And that will actually produce better results in the long run, but will just generally make your experience, overall life experience, more enjoyable. David Allen said, your ability to generate power is directly proportional to your ability to relax. So very much related to all of these ideas. And when you play TFT under stress, it's just going to cause you to go on tilt, be a lot more anxious, which will impact your performance. Like neuroscience, psychology, like have proven this over and over again. I talked about this in the past where there's the Yerkes-Dodson curve is a scientific research-based finding that the more, if you are past a certain point of anxiety, your rational decision-making suffers a lot. And so another benefit of slowing down and relaxing is that you are able to put your brain into a mental state that allows you to be a lot more focused and process information far more efficiently than if you are overclocking your brain and making it just consume too much energy and power so that it's, you get the blue screen of death, right? And that happens all the time to TFT players too, especially if you are close to a promotion point in LP, or you are trying to qualify for a tournament snapshot, or you're playing in a tournament itself. Relaxing and learning how to calm down and slowing down, again, is a huge part of that, will be able to help you improve your decision-making and learning ability considerably. Lao Tzu, the philosopher, said, water is fluid, soft, and yielding, but water will wear away rock, which is rigid and cannot yield. As a rule, whatever is fluid, soft, and yielding will overcome whatever is rigid and hard. This is another paradox. What is soft is strong. So, core idea here is being soft, slowing down, being adaptable instead of trying to force something to happen, or being like a rock and being hard, but being soft and fluid and slow lets you really be dynamic with the game of TFT. When things are unpredictable, when you get a low roll, really playing flexibly, adjusting to the meta, adjusting and scouting to your opponents and making dynamic decisions, that's to me is what makes TFT such a fun game. And when you're able to inhabit that water like, slow like, soft like mentality, um, I think it not only improves your TFT game, but and also your approach to life. All of this is relevant to your life, but I think it makes your overall quality of experience just a lot more peaceful and a lot more enjoyable and a lot more rewarding. Uh, and so I think that's what kind of this image invokes for me, this idea of having fluidity, following like flowing like water, but that slowness and practice and deliberateness is what creates all those connections in your brain that make the system one be able to operate faster over time. And being able to sit in kind of a stillness in that slowness when the world around us wants to constantly move fast, fast, fast at 100,000 miles an hour, your ability to like calm down, slow down, take a deep breath, and recognize that speed and pace does not always result in progress, that sometimes slowing down is actually what will allow you to make more progress in the long run. So that's the meta mindset of the day. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comment and description comments below as far as this meta mindset goes, what experiences you've had, whether it's in TFT or in life, that you might be able to apply these ideas to. And with that said, I'm going to transition the video into my coaching session on 3-2 augment selection with Marcel P. I hope you enjoy it. It's definitely a long one, so feel free to jump around. I'll try to include timestamps, as many timestamps as I can. But also, I think more broadly, think about how this coaching session reflects these broader ideas of slowing down and being deliberate. Even if you don't watch the whole video, I hope that you are able to apply some of these more generalizable ideas to your TFT game and to your life. Thanks for watching up to this point. I hope you found this useful. Thank you for joining me on this journey, and I hope you enjoy the coaching session with Marcel.
I actually had 0 first the entire tournament, which is kind of hilarious. But my first 2 games, I went 7-8. And the 8th, I played so poorly. So I was like super like kind of frazzled and like feeling down, feeling bad for myself. And then from the depths of despair, there was even a game 5 cut. So I barely had to make the game 5 cut just to even play in game 6. Yeah. So it all worked out. And
all that golf training came in handy.
100% for sure. I mean, I don't know if I was actually like in that great of a mental state given like this. I mean, I was feeling pretty down, but at the same time, like surely if I didn't have all this other experience competing, then I'd be in an even worse spot. At least that's what I'll tell myself.
It's so easy in golf to just start off poorly, right? And then you have to figure out how to get your mental in check.
Oh, have you played much at all yourself?
Not too much. I've played a little bit.
But yeah, definitely golf is like those rounds last forever, and so you have to just deal with whatever the hell you have happening to you early on. And the thing with golf too is you have all this time to dwell on all your mistakes because there's so much time in between shots, in between holes, and so you have all the time in the world to let all this like self-hate and negative talk kind of settle in. So I guess even if I didn't block that out, I'm at least used to it happening. So I was able to sort of deal with it. I had to YOLO a couple games because I had to like really play for top 2 just to even make it into the next game. And I think Rain was a little upset with one of my lines because it directly, I contested her with scrap, even though it wasn't like very ideal for my spot, but I just hit on 4-2, even though she was more likely to hit than I was. And I took like a million echoes out of the pool. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Yeah, GG's then. That's what Raptor is saying in chat. Cool. So for today, how have you been, by the way? Have you been playing much this patch, or what you been up to?
Not too much. Last week I was out on a massage retreat with my wife, so we were out of town.
Oh, dang, massage retreat. I want to do that. Wait, where was that?
It was at Esalen in Big Sur.
Oh, nice. I've been to Big Sur a few times, but not for like almost entirely just for like hiking stuff.
Oh,
And then
okay.
like retreat stuff. That sounds fun though.
Yeah, that would definitely brought me and my wife a lot closer, and now we just bought a massage table, so it'll be a nice way to like relax.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Is it like a retreat like where they teach you to is it just like you just receive massages, or is it also like they're teaching you how to give them to each other?
You, yeah, the latter. So
Oh,
like,
cool. Oh, dang.
yeah, there's actually a huge unlock because we went in it, like thinking like, oh, our hands are gonna be so sore, but the really big thing is you use gravity a lot, so you're just trying to get the right position so that you're just using your body weight to put pressure instead of your hands.
Oh, I could totally believe that'd be super effective just because the times I've gotten massages from people that don't seem all that like large or strong, and yet they somehow find some angle where you're just like, holy fuck, that hurts.
Yeah,
Because it's
exactly.
just so much pressure, unexpected. But
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Okay.
definitely recommend if you and your wife are ever interested.
Let me just make sure in the stream I will say might not respond to every chat message because I'll be focusing on the coaching. Okay. So for today, as I was mentioning, let's focus on 3-2 augment selection. Maybe for this section, we can if people in chat are very active, we can see like if they have other contributions of things we should consider. I put this together prepping for this session as we have our previous like fundamental sessions where we want to go over like a particular. I think we did this for 2-1 augment selection last time. And so just before we dive into a bunch of VODs and try to predict what people are doing, let's just try to put together like what we think we should be considering for a 3-2 augment selection.
Yep. Can you send this to me, by the way?
Yeah. Let me send this. Okay. So what I have here is in priority order, first and foremost, like what we should be thinking of when 3-2 augment selection comes up. And then a few like specific 3-2 things like golemify, dumbify, tailoring your board, blah, blah, blah. This is pretty short. It's more like summary form. And then we'll do the VODs and we'll get more like in the weeds. So first and foremost, I think it's very important to understand like TFT is a game where there are broken things that you should be chasing if you have a chance to. And 3-2 is a really, really good spot to abuse that. It won't always come up in your games, but you cannot miss these. You miss these, you're dropping your first like rates by a lot. So things like +2 emblem, right? These are like in Trainer Golem and in Loot Sub. The first and foremost, you have to look for these. So you can't just play normal and ignore these artifact combinations, right? Like trench coat plus something, double range nocturne, things like that. Double artifact ergot, double artifact ambusher unit, like stuff like that. So it's especially important with like reroll stuff where you're like trying to create a one like insane unit. And this one, to a slightly lesser extent, this isn't as broken as the other stuff, like augment setups, like heavy stats plus crit. But these aren't. This is more like towards like a strong global combat stuff. But things like trade tracker plus scrap start to fall into like this near like super broken setup. And so this one's a little more conditional because it requires being like not poor to be able to easily proc trade tracker and not be in like one life. But yeah, I'd say this is the first thing to consider. And then second most important thing to consider is to understand when your board is really lacking in some dimension. So you're really poor. And how do you know this? This one should be fairly obvious, but if you're like newer to the game, you can kind of tell by 3-2 if you're poor. If you're going to level, you're going to be below 50 gold. You should also consider like the portal. Is it giving you gold because that changes your computation? What comp are you playing? The more reroll looking, the less gold you need. But in a lot of scenarios, you still need gold to hit even with the reroll comp. So if you're like reroll and you level to like a 2-cost reroll, you level to 6 on 3-2, and you still can't even really roll without dipping super low, you're poor. If you can roll and still be above 50 and you can expect to hit your 2-star and then sit 50, you're not poor. Conversely, like if you feel like you're able to 4-1 level 8, you're not that poor with like 50 gold to roll. And if you're gonna have to 4-2 with like 30 gold, you're poor. You're sort of like some rule of thumbs with if you're poor or not. And so if you're poor, you consider econ very much so. If your items are all half components of your stuff that you actually want to make for your line, you are desperate for things like reforgers and items. And so you heavily try to find things like item grab bag, even like things like reforger from like branching out start to become more appealing because the reforger is super high value. Pandora's starts to become a little more high value, even though it's not always ideal on 3-2. It's not the worst. If you're lacking frontline, lacking damage, you start to consider, augments that make up for that. And then what about when your board state is fine? So you've gone through this, no broken options. You think through this, your board state is kind of okay. Like you're not really lacking. There's like one edge case here where like your board state needs help in every regard, which you shouldn't really be in. But this is usually when you're full open. And in that scenario, you can sort of just play for like a win out where you continue to take another scaling augment, or you can like restart mission is really good in these spots. But that's more like a niche case. And you shouldn't really be in spots very often where your board just sucks in every regard. But if your board state and econ state is fine, which is not uncommon when watching some of the really good players play, because they set up their stage 2 very well. What I noticed they try to do, and I'm trying to incorporate this into my games as well, is you try to fish for like stuff that's close to this. So a lot of this depends on your like projected placement in the game. The more like you feel like you can play for a higher placement, you try to take scaling things that are strong later. So like global combat. And the more your setup is like you're strong now, you're gonna bleed out later. You try to push your advantage, and you take like short-sighted things like item augments. Like you're a little more down to take like Runan, Radiant Runan, not Radiant Runans, the Runan's augment, the Bramble augment, things like that, just to like spike you now. Usually the players with higher win rates, they'll go for this, right? But you have to be in a good spot to go for this, where your board state is already good and you're not poor. Did you have any like questions, additions, things you feel like we missed from this?
No, just more specifically for Trade Tracker. Are you usually catching that out on 3-7 or 4-1?
I think Trade Tracker is really nice in like an econ portal, because then you can even proc it on. I've seen people proc this in like 3-5, 3-5, 3-6, 3-7. Then you don't have to sack the life. I'd say this really just depends on if you already have the GP Swain, which are almost always going to be on the board, unless you're doing like the Urgot version. Cash this out, and then I get that also has GP, I guess. If you already have the GP Swain, and then usually for me when I'm cashing this out, because I try to take this every time I'm trying to angle scrap, which means it's a lot of times not in like super econ heavy games. It's just in a fair number of games. It ends up being 4-1, but yeah. Yeah, I feel like I see a lot of people cash it out 4-1, and it's like it's fine, not the end of the world.
Yeah, this sounds good.
I see one good question. If you have mixed streak, stage 2, trash board, trash items, no econ, what's the prio? So like everything is off. I would say in that scenario, if you're mixed streak stage 2 and you have no econ and your items are bad, I feel like you've set yourself up to be kind of screwed. So I would say in those spots, typically what should happen if you're like trash board, you should be rich, because you should have tried the 5 loss. So in that case, when you're unhealthy but rich, you can consider. I think the best take in that scenario is like a restart mission where you immediately spike your board, but you can take augments that scale a little more. That way you have some win out potential, because if you just take something that gets you strong now, you're gonna have to roll, right? The other out there is things like Starry Night, where you instantly just roll a lot of gold on 3-2, and you create a board that will in expectation beat everyone, and then you immediately spike back. So reroll augments can be good, assuming you have some direction in that regard, which you should, right? If you're gonna like have a bad stage 2, you should at least have direction. I mean, it's not always guaranteed. Sometimes you drop bad items on 2-7 after having a bad stage 2, but ideally that's the scenario. Okay, so let's move on to like some more like slightly niche like 3-2 stuff that is still very important to play around. Go down five. These ones are like fairly like obvious if you haven't thought through this. These are more like you're trying to play. There are a couple like lines that also like all of a sudden are enabled by this. But usually only take these when you have really good econ, because you're gonna have to one spend gold on that turn to roll and buy units. You're gonna lose all the gold that you had from your units, but you're gonna have a giga front line. And so the way you leverage this is most like ideally you have a scaling backline item, right? And this is where you're most likely to want to take these. I'm pretty sure you can take these on either win streak or lose streak. I've taken this in both, and it really just depends on. I think on win streak is slightly better because you will likely continue the win streak. You're incentivized to roll, just to like put together a better board to continue the win streak, and you'll have items. You'll have a lot more units because you're typically holding all your pairs. I think one of the best setups for this is a Cluttered Mind, because your bench is already full, and then you just have an insane golem. Yeah, and then comps that typically want a lot of frontline, like Sniper and Dom. Like Sniper +1, for example, is like the one fairly niche line that's all of a sudden enabled by this, where like you don't really ever angle 6 Sniper, even if you have Sniper +1, you're just trying to throw away the emblem somehow or reforge it. But you hit this. I think I did this in tournament in Cup 1, and it worked. Typically, I see it work out a lot, not just in my games, because now you have reason to play like 5 or 6 backliners.
And with the sniper buff next patch, that should be almost like the best line to take with this.
Unclear, because I've heard arguments that sniper will be that. I think we'll need to see what the sniper stats look like, because I've heard people argue that it's not even gonna help sniper that much, because like when are snipers really gonna be like trying to win fights when melee units are on top of them? Because that's the change is mostly like to help them when units are already walking all over them. But isn't it that the argument isn't it that when units are already on your backline, you already lost? But hard to say. And it also does hurt like Maddie and Twitch a little bit, right? The sniper change, because from a distance they will be worse only by a little bit, but they will be because they're improving their base damage from close range. Yeah, restart mission is more like you can think of it more like an econ / board, econ plus like improving your board state. Obviously, this is best when your board is empty as hell, so you don't lose all the gold. I don't see people play around these that much, where like you try to fill your bench or empty your bench. But it used to be the case when these weren't offered. That restart mission, you tried to like sell off everything, especially when you know it's likely silver, or like there's some chance of silver. Like if it's not prismatic prelude, a prismatic party, for example, or golden gala, then you try to sell off all the garbage that you don't want. But now that you can get offered either, I guess you could say if you know for a fact you're not willing to take Golemify Dumbify, then you should tailor your 3-1 bench to be more towards restart mission, right? Which means empty and yeah, more so empty. Forward thinking. I feel like in tournament I've seen a lot of people take this. My feeling is that this is just really, really good right now in general. From most spots, I think the main thing to consider here is that you'll be rolling on 4-2, and so assuming you're playing a line that's contested, like this patch, current live patch, Sorks, you likely have to start thinking more widely, because by the time you roll on 4-2, there are really people with an econ option that rolled on 4-1. It doesn't mean this is bad when you're contested. You just have to opt somewhere else. I think Rain Plosion took this. Oh, did she take this? I forget. No, I don't know. Never. I'm thinking of a different game. But like you can take this and like play on 5 costs, because you're gonna roll like 100 gold on 4-2. You can take this and try to go 9 and play around 5 costs. You can take this and angle slightly different lines, right? Maybe you're more likely to hit like Mord, and maybe you're considering, maybe you have some setup for some reason for Dom with +1. Maybe like angling Rebel starts to become more appealing now because you're more likely to hit Jinx. But in general, I feel like at the moment this is just so good.
What percentage of the time are you seeing this with like rolling on 8 versus 9?
I think it without an econ portal and without an econ augment, I think people still roll an 8, because it doesn't make typically, if you're forward thinking, your board state isn't that good, such that the units you're holding on 3-2. I guess you can take it from win streak in that scenario, but like you're gonna need a lot more units to fill out your board when you roll on 4-2 than just what you have. Meaning you need a lot of gold to actually field a board, which means you probably have to roll way more than like 50 gold. And if you go to 9 on like 4-2, 4-3 without an econ portal, you typically don't have 50 gold to roll. You typically only have like 50 gold to roll at most. Usually with this, you want like 80 gold to roll for your whole board or more even, which means level 8 usually is best. And then if you high roll, then you can go 9 quickly. But in an econ portal, I've seen people go 9 with this on like 4-5.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And then lastly, like tailoring your board on 3-1, which is very important for the 3-2 augment selection to just have this top of mind. I think on win streak, this one is not as good to do just because, I mean, pretty obvious, right? You improve your odds infinitely by putting in traits you want to see, right? Like if you don't have a trait you want to see in on 3-1, you'll never see it. So putting traits in that you want to see, whether it's for fishing for a +2 or it'll be strong in your spot, is really good value. Because you're improving your odds infinitely. Whereas the opposite, all it does is which is removing traits you don't want to see. It does affect your odds a little bit, but it's quite a bit less than. It's infinitely less than doing this, right? It's still useful though, and I would say these things are best done or most useful in these scenarios. You take beggars can be choosers, whether it's because you're in trainer golems or that was your best option in 2-1. You really, really, really want to make sure you get value out of this, and so you want to do both of these. I think, assuming you're not on like a 5-win streak. And obviously when chasing +2, right? And loot sub or trainer goal. Anything you feel like we missed or wasn't clear in this stuff?
No, I think that all makes sense. Try to apply some of it in the bots.
Okay. Anyone you want to go over first? Dishsoap, Setsuko, Wasian. They all went. I think Wasian finished worst out of all these guys, but he still came in 10th in the cup. Very good. Dishsoap won. Setsuko went top 4, I think. I forget exactly his placement. He was in the top 4.
Yeah, we could just go in that order. Dishsoap, Setsuko.
Okay, we'll just jump games.
Yeah.
Okay. Game 1 is.
Actually, I watched 3 of Dishsoap's games, so we could still go over it.
Okay. If you feel like any of these games are like, oh, I already know this game too well, we can skip. But okay, this one is we'll just jump to 3-2 each time. Yeah, this is Pris Party. That way we try to get more reps in of just analyzing 3-2 augment selection. Okay. Let's just do a quick what do we think his spot looks like on 3-1? Prismatic Party. He has this. What would you what is your analysis of this spot? Just try to state things that you're thinking here.
We want more gold is probably good, so we can get to 7 faster to get the radiant item.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This looks like either a rebel or academy angle. More likely academy. Well, I guess yeah, because you don't really rebel. You want to play around Zoe more, and you don't really have Zoe items. You can slam JG or Guardbreaker. It's health wise, we're in the middle of the pack, not too healthy, not too didn't bleed too much.
Mm-hmm.
And econ wise, this is 3-1, right?
Yeah.
This is 3-2. Econ wise, we're also kind of middle of the pack. This was Prismatic Party, or this was
Prismatic Party. Yeah.
Okay.
Prismatic Party.
Yeah, like our board does not seem that strong. I mean, I guess the Ezreal with 3 items is good, but we're like pretty far away from any upgrades other than Leona too.
Yeah, I think the other issue too is I would say this is not even just middle of the. Maybe if you compare it to the lobby, you can argue middle of the pack. But I would say like for hitting an academy or rebel board, we're poor. Is what I would say here.
Mm.
Because you level, you're not even gonna be 50 gold. Like I feel like it's on the poor side for hitting your board. Because this is like a you have to forward to it with like not even that much gold.
Yeah, so we are, because we're likely leaning academy and we already have a lot of items. We probably just want more gold for 3-2.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. This can also be scrap. It's a big pivot, but you can it can definitely be scrap. But yeah, I think your analyses are mostly on point. I would say just yeah, I would say it's a little poorer than you had made it out to be, but not by a lot. It's more like 3 out of 10, where 5 is like middle of the pack.
Mm-hmm.
1 is super poor, 10 is rich.
I guess I was looking at 40 gold, but it should also be counting like gold value of the board.
Yeah, that's true. He does have a lot of units on bench. So he's not dirt poor, but he's definitely not rich. Okay. So he just does a brief scout of everyone. This will help us also just like know what's in the lobby. Can we I thought he was yeah. Zeri player, Sork player, Sork player. It doesn't really change anything for our line.
I saw this game earlier, so I do know that someone else was contesting a Lowy later in the game.
Gotcha. It looks like he slammed items, so we should know what he slammed.
Is Sunfire.
Sunfire and JG looks like. So what are your thoughts on each of these?
We could angle Rebel, though we still don't really have. I mean, I guess then we would have 2 JGs for the Zoe, which isn't great, and seems like higher variance is that you really are relying around Jinx. Plus, you already have a bunch of items, so I think roll left and middle. Right is not bad, not great. Like if we're playing towards Academy, although actually we just slammed Sunfire, so uh, the red buff's no good. So like,
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure you roll right here for sure because I mean unless yeah, I'd be quite surprised if you don't because this red buff is so low value now.
yeah, so roll right middle probably. You don't
Yeah, I
really
think so.
want to take any of them.
I think right middle is what I'd roll first. One thing I'll say is I thought about this more in Prismatic Party, and I think slamming Shred and anti-heal on 3-1 is usually wrong unless you really want to win the round because it rules out a lot of augments that can be good for you.
Mm-hmm.
It rules out 1-2 buff, or it makes it a lot worse. It makes Jeweled Lotus quite a bit worse when you slam Shred. It made blinding speed almost untakeable as well. They're changing blinding speed the next patch. That matters less. It also gives red buff. Yeah, just something to think about in Prismatic Party,
Mm-hmm.
which does affect 3-2 augment. So I guess it's relevant. But yeah, I would roll right to here and see what he does in terms of rolling stuff first. He rolls left first, interestingly. Okay. Does that change your thinking here at all of what we're willing to take?
I mean, Sunfire's not really great with sponging, so probably prefer 1 buff, 2 buff over belt overflow. Maybe roll middle.
Is that true though? I feel like why would you prefer 1 buff 2 buff over belt overflow?
We already have so many items. I guess we don't have that many frontline items.
Yeah. We don't know what the academy item is here. It's possible. Like for example, if Warmogs was academy item, then the belt overflow could actually be good, right?
Oh yeah.
And then you have JG. The last glove is guard breaker.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good.
Okay. Makes sense.
So a lot of it, yeah, depends on. I mean, even if Warmox is not, I feel like in my mind this is better for the current board state. The board state is all backline items, right, and Sunfire. Whereas 1/2 buff, I mean, we'll see what he takes, what he rolls, but I would roll right here first. He's spending a lot of time. He's not just insta rolling, insta clicking. What about now? We kind of need to know the academy item is the thing. Are you not just to run back to go back and see if I assume he looks in tournament. Okay. As usual, these even if we state that we want to go fast in these, I feel like I end up going kind of slow. Okay. Shojin Warmog's Titans.
Oh, okay. Then probably Warmogs. Well, Academy emblem gives you the Warmog immediately. Yeah, given that it's Warmog, because every Academy item gives you, what is it, like an additional 10% damage amp and how much durability?
I think it's max. Is it not max HP? I thought it was max HP and
Oh, okay, max HP
I'm
and
not sure.
damage amp.
I thought it was max HP and damage amp.
So at 6 Academy, it would be, I think it's 18% plus 5, 23 HP and damage amp. With the Warmog, like that seems, or I guess if you take the belt overflow, it would, you wouldn't be able to get to 6, but it'd be 15%. And you would get 2 Warmogs.
So I think either way, we're getting 2 items, right? I think so. Middle will give us 2 Warmogs and a belt. 2 guaranteed Warmogs and a belt. Right will give us a Warmogs from the +1 Academy, and will give us a random item, I guess, and an emblem, which also counts as like a prox Academy, is what I've heard. Like it
Oh, it gives you the bonus.
Yeah.
You saw it was JG, Warmog, and then what was the third Academy?
It's Shojin, Warmogs, Titans.
Oh, okay. So getting Titans would be pretty bad. As the random sponsored
in the current board, yeah, it wouldn't be that ideal, I think. I don't think it's awful, but it's definitely not ideal on the current board. But you already are guaranteed a Warmogs with Academy Crown.
Right. It's like 3 items. Both of them give you 3 items. Like Academy Crown gives you a higher cap if you don't get the Titans. Because if you get the Warmog, you get double Warmog.
Yeah, you effectively get double Warmogs, and instead of the belt, you get a crown, which is like, and your cap is higher. You get more of the stats as well, right?
Yeah. Like belt overflow play has, it's like a lower variance, whereas Academy Crown has higher variance.
Yeah. It's like, I would say it's like 2 out of 3, right? Are really good. Shojin, Warmogs are both good. Shojin can go in your Lux for now.
Yeah. I don't know how I decide between those.
I know I remember what he takes here, but I think my initial take was that I like belt overflow, but given time to think and being biased now of knowing what he takes, I feel like Academy Crown is just higher cap, right? Like it also gives you frontline for sure. Like you're already getting the Warmogs, and so I feel like the board state's not that trash. If you take this, even if you get Titans, like whatever, your Warmogs, Titans, Leona, you can always move the Titans eventually. And the cap is so much higher.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he ends up taking. I mean, you could argue it gives him a role as well to roll belt overflow, but I don't really know what else you'd take over Academy Crown here.
If he didn't have Academy Crown as an option, how viable would quantity over quality be from this spot? You'd
Quantity
be
over quality. Quantity over quality here would represent well, what comp as a quiz? I feel like there's only one comp you can really
it's
play from
just
quantity.
emissary and Bessa.
80 emissary, and I feel like our spot is too poor to play that line. That'd be my biggest concern. That comp is so expensive.
Yeah.
One good question. Sorry if I'm oversimplifying this, but when I reviewed this, I instantly knew it was Academy Crown because even if you go belt overflow, you're itemizing a Leona 1, so it's not that great. I don't think it's a matter of itemizing a Leona 1. It's a matter of you like belt overflow is represents something your board doesn't have here, right? Your board doesn't have frontline. Like your board is not Leona 1. I mean, it is, but like your board is 3 1-star units in the front, each adding up, each totaling up to like how much HP is that? Like I don't know, 2 point high 2000s HP maybe, and adding 5 belts, 2 armogs and a belt adds so much HP to your front line that cannot be bad.
Like you could
It's
argue
not a
that
matter.
all the belts makes you stronger right now, whereas Academy Crown
Yeah.
makes you stronger later.
Yeah, exactly. I think the take is a little off in that. The take in chat, it seems to be more like we're putting items on Leona 1, but I think it's not. I mean, especially when it's flat HP, like Warmogs, you're just adding HP to your board. Period.
Yeah,
Obviously, it's better to put those on like a Mundo or like a 2-star Laui, but I mean, nonetheless, it is adding something to your board that you don't have.
Dishsoap mentioned before that basically getting a bunch of Warmogs is like converting your 1-star 4 cost into a 2-star 4 cost.
Yeah, exactly. And while Leona is not the best unit, I mean, your board has good backline. You want frontline, and that's what it gives you.
Okay, next game.
Yeah. Let's do Setsuko.
Okay.
Is it not this one? Sorry, it is this one. Wait, it's not this one. Whoops, sorry. The one that said, wait, what's this one? Okay. Let's look at the board state on. We're spoiling ourselves of what he took. Sorry. Hopefully you didn't see that. Okay. So the board state on 3-1. Oh, fuck. We didn't see the portal. Loot sub. Let's see what the loot is. Looks like it's a 4 cost. Is that right? No, it's a 2-star 2 cost. Okay. You can see what he slams, what he pops. That way it gives us a little more info to his direction. But I would you can play pretty widely here, but I would guess like Sork is most appealing here, assuming the lobby is not too contested.
Mm-hmm.
You have Vlad pair, you have Swain, you have Nami. It's just he's looking around, seeing what other people are playing. Didn't look like Sorks was super contested. Belt and like broader bow, maybe. And Shojin. Spark Shojin. Okay, this is the board state. He loses his streak. Loot sub. Level 640. Golden bench. How would you? Okay, so I guess just to keep going through what we've been saying. How are you evaluating this this spot?
So this probably falls into the third category of the like between broken combos. Board econ needs help. Board econ fine. It probably falls under board econ fine. Given that we just lost streak, if we hadn't lost streak, then we probably want to lean towards like a stronger now augment to preserve streak. Given that we just lost streak, we can play for some type of scaling global combat. As far as itemization or items wise, like Oh, I guess we got a bunch of those anvils from component anvil. But item wise, we're not like. Well, I guess with loot sub, does loot sub give you on average more items than usual?
I think so. Yeah, because some of the cash probabilistically, because some of the cash outs will give you artifacts and support items, and
Okay.
maybe the support items doesn't count. Artifacts and just I think there are item anvils. I'm not sure. Full item. I'm not sure actually if there's full item, but there's artifacts.
Okay. So given that loot sub should give us more gold and items, it seems like for 3-2 we should lean towards some type of scaling global combat augment.
Yeah, I think I agree with that in this spot. I think you can argue even if he's not in a 5-win, like getting your board stronger now is still useful because you have Conqueror in, and your board is pretty strong, such that you can expect to like get yourself more cash outs.
Yep.
So stronger now scales even like, in that way. Yeah. But he lost streak. Okay, let's see what he is offered. Annoyingly, I don't know if there's a table of magic roll. Do you know if one exists?
Let me look at my notes.
Let me like double check. Does he have a magic roll? Mindful one tends to have.
Yeah, I have it. Let me link you to.
Okay, he has one here.
Oh, okay.
This is missing something though. I think this is missing like the super high roll one. There's like an egg one, which gives you like 5 costs and a fawn and all this other BS. But so I guess there's actually a lot missing here. This is from November, so there could be we don't. That's okay. 666 here is giving the fawn, but I've seen one of those 5 costs and fawn, so I don't really know. Yeah, this looks close to what I've seen though. So this is magic roll, in case we're trying to evaluate the first one. Yeah, mini golden egg, exactly.
We only have one Swain, right?
Yeah, one Swain, pair Vlad, 2-star Darius, 1 Nami.
I feel like trifecta could be takeable if we had, like, if we were very close to a Swain 2 or had a Swain 2. Out of these, I'd roll middle. I don't think I've ever taken magic roll.
I've noticed Setsuko out of a lot of the top players, Dishsoap as well. Actually, surprisingly, these guys take a lot of these artifacts these augments that I consider like not super, like more on the gambly side. But I think it's because they know they're not truly gambly. They're just
the EV's just
they know that they know the tables and they just know the outcomes, the probabilistic outcomes, and what's good for them. So here you're thinking oh yeah, I guess how would you roll these?
Roll middle for sure. I mean, I'm looking at the magic roll table. Like if you get a 2-star Swain or 2-star Nami, that would be really good. That's the most common, right? And then 4x same component. I guess we don't have anti-heal, right?
We do. We have Sunfire Spark, I think.
Oh, okay.
Sunfire Spark open belt, if I'm not mistaken. Is this current spot? Let's look just to be sure. But I'm pretty sure that
bunch of bows, Shojin, like that's really bad.
Bunch of bows. He does have a reforger. The important thing to know is he has a reforger here.
Okay. Okay, so
the bad outcomes from this thing would be what from the 4 components would be swords and bows. Everything else is probably a bunch of cloaks is also probably awful, right?
Bunch of vests not great either because we already have 2 tank items, right?
Yeah, a bunch of vests already bad is also bad.
But then in that case, you could just like slam reforge a full item, right, and a component.
Yeah, you could for sure. I think that's what you'd have to do if you get those.
If we got a pan, like that's actually not bad. We can slam Sword Emblem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like not bad. 250 health across the board's like solid.
Yeah, because we're happy with global combat anyway.
And if we get the duplicators, then we could just go for Swain 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's super low odds, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so it's really just the bows and the swords and the tank items. Which I guess if we didn't have the Reforger, that could really fuck us, right?
Yeah. Agreed.
So then almost like it seems like with Magic Roll, you should really only consider it if you can use all the components or if you have a Reforger.
I think I believe in that logic. I think so. I think the low roll of the items is so bad when you don't have Reforger. If you can't use items. Oh, we saw him roll middle. Okay.
Oh. This goes back to your what was the portal again?
Loot up.
Loot up. Like we're already gonna get extra gold, so the gold's probably less valuable. But we are really healthy, and we said we're one-way contested, Sorg?
Oh, there's a really good question in chat. If he gets components, his first augment is component buffet. I don't know if that allows him to choose all his components. I assume it does. I don't know though.
Okay, then that if it does,
That
then
makes
that
Magic
makes
Roll
Magic Roll insta take.
It should be Anvil. I mean, this game you don't really operate on shoulds, but I assume so. I assume so. I don't know. I don't really believe in should in TFT. Could just go. Yeah, I mean, he played this game long enough. You never know. But I would tend to agree that that's what I'd expect.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense then. Roll right, pick left.
Just because of that logic. I mean, I think I'd agree with that. Just because of that, then now your Magic Roll could be so insane, right? It just gives you 4 anvils.
Yeah, you can just cherry pick what you want.
Yeah, the other reason I don't think forward thinking is that insane here is you're already pretty rich. And like you're gonna cash out Conqueror by being stronger. I feel like the upside is not that insane when you're already rich, and the downside outweighs it in my mind.
Because big grab bag gives you 3 components and how much gold?
2 gold, Reforger, 3 components. Magic Roll is so insanely. Like, assuming you get 4 anvils, that's like, isn't that insanely?
Yeah.
That's like more than about a silver augment worth more than the other one, than item grab bag.
Okay, I gotta take Magic Roll more, especially with the Reforger.
And component buffet.
Assuming you don't have a Reforger, then you should like be able to play flexibly down AD or AP, I assume, to justify it.
In this spot,
or not. I mean, I guess I'm just saying more generally.
Oh, in generally, is that true? I feel like by 32, you're already committed one way, such that if you get swords, you're fucked. You get bows, you could be fucked as well.
So then it's like better with like Academy, like mixed
or you can
damage,
use duo.
Right? Or like
I think it's definitely better in mixed damage comps.
Okay.
Which do exist, right? It's gonna be in fact even next patch family is mixed damage, assuming you're willing to itemize powder, which you should because she's so insane in the new patch. And then ambushers is mixed damage, scrap is mixed damage, academy is mixed damage.
Getting 4 tiers feels really bad too, though.
Is that even really?
I guess visionary it's okay, but like, what else are you gonna? Unless you have like open tank like components, right?
The thing is, tier is such a good frontline component. Yeah, you need halves though. You need, and not maybe not at the moment, but you will need to like complete frontline items,
right?
To make it not feel super awful.
Which also, given that he has component anvils, even if it didn't give him the anvils, it would make it a lot easier to finish like ideal items instead of really shit items.
Yeah, the Reforger, and he also has a belt, right? Which is not that hard to complete a lot of stuff here.
Okay. Roll right, pick left.
I don't think right is that bad in this spot either. It's just that left is good. Right also is just global combat, right?
Right. Yeah.
I wonder what maybe you can hear his thought process. Is he talking about the anvil?
Gold though, like.
Let's see. Actually talk through it.
Is this good? Like fuck, I just go straight to 9. Don't care.
He's talking about forward thinking.
Oh man, like, really?
I assume he doesn't know that if Magic Roll gives him a component. Anvils.
We'll see. He'll probably talk through it.
We're level 6 already. But I have so much gold though.
So he's saying because he has so much gold, he's unhappy with like losing it all at the moment. Right?
How much is it even? Oh, good.
And like the additive value of more gold.
I mean, this can give me 4 ambles.
He's considering it. He's considering it. I don't know if he knows. Maybe he knows for sure. But can you hear his audio? Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking 4 animals. Or wait, I don't know if that's actually how it works. Bro, just FF, man.
All right, we're
The
muting this guy
Nami's
again.
not bad.
Back to mute. Back to muted.
Actually, I mean, this is.
I mean, this is pretty good. Right? He
Yeah.
gets a Loris. He gets Nami too. This is pretty good.
Yeah.
Just FF. He says as he feels an insane board now.
Yeah, which should
Okay.
get him a ton of conqueror stacks.
Yeah. Okay. Next game.
Yep.
Region.
Mm-hmm. Look at portal.
Yeah. Yeah, he assumed it works, as people in chat are saying. Priz Party. It's the same game as this show. That's why it's Priz Party as well. They were in the same lobby. Okay, Priz Party. Let's jump to 3-2. Analyze the spot. I half remember this game. I forget what he takes here, but I remember this opener. Okay, so quality over quantity. They're nerfing this next patch. I'm pretty sure it's still good. They're nerfing the HP, bonus HP from 7% to 4%. We have really good items here. I assume that's why he took it. His items are all insane rating items, right? These are the best ones, basically. A lot of the best ones.
That's interesting that he's double slamming the shred, but they're just that broken.
Yeah, it's actually not that. Okay, I mean, on the surface it is, but it's not really. These are just. I mean, these ones are like. They are just that broken, right? If you just look at rating items, this one is really good. And then if anything, actually they pair well together because this kills your backline and this also kills your backline, your opponent's backline. Right. Radiant Spark. Radiant Chip is one of the best ones, and then at that point, then you're down to just try to abuse the fact that you can kill backline so quickly. And so Radiant Spark becomes good as well. They're like almost synergistic in that way. And also Radiant Sunfire, I think it hits a lot of the board, right?
Does the range increase for Radiant Sunfire?
I'm pretty sure. It used to. I'm pretty sure it is a lot bigger, right? If you didn't know, now you know, or I'm wrong. Let's see. Yeah, within 3 hexes.
Within 3 hexes.
For 30 seconds. Yeah, if you didn't know, now you know.
Oh,
within 3 hexes for 30 seconds. I'm pretty sure the other one is 2, right? Regular. Let me just quickly check that. I'm pretty sure it's 2. Yeah, from 2 hexes to 3 hexes. And 30 seconds instead of 10 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, so he just has like the ability to kill like so many units with just these 3 items.
Okay, so this spot looks like he's gonna angle Sworks probably, Emissary Swork, and what's the portal again? Prismatic Party.
Yeah, Priz Party. How did Setsuko place in that game? I actually didn't see anymore. We can revisit it when you get back to the spot. I forgot. Yeah, Prismatic Party.
Health wise, we're like okay. Gold wise, we have decent amount of gold on our board. We're not like too rich, not too poor. Our first augment, like ideally we just want more items to magnify the impact of our first augment. More gold is always good to get us to level 8 quicker, since the emissary board, you ideally want to get them all to 2-star, especially if you want to spread the items. Yeah, I don't know if I'm missing anything.
I don't. So for me, I think gold is more of a priority here than we don't get to see how many people are contesting the line. In general, I just assume that this line is like at least one way. I don't think items are that high prio here because I mean, yes, getting more rating items on the board is good, but You'll likely have enough items.
You might
You
have
already
too
have one
much.
component on the bench. You might have, yeah, you might have too much such that you're losing a rating item and you're going for a triple item, which you eventually do later into the game. But especially in the emissary board, your rating item on Tristana is already like pretty low value. It's not the worst, but I mean, it's just whatever.
Okay.
So I would say I probably gold here more than most things.
And gold over team combat.
At the moment, yes. I would want ideal here for me is like gold and then combat on 4-2, I think. Because the gold will scale itself. Because you want to level and make 50, and then you can level to 7 on 3-5, which is also like basically combat, right? And you're not poor. But then again, it's prismatic party. So the only gold option here is what? There's one and only one, I'm pretty sure. It's invested plus.
Which normally is not very good on.
It's considered pretty bad. Yeah. I don't know if I would be willing to take that here, but I feel like given the spot, that's sort of what the spot is asking for. But let's see what he's offered first and foremost. He's facing the board we just analyzed 2 games ago.
By the way, do you usually VOD review sequentially like this so that you can see how players are playing against the other players?
I actually don't, but it just happenstance is happening now. But
Okay.
I typically don't. I do try to jump games, like, so I'm not like over indexing on a particular player's playstyle.
I see.
Assuming that one believes that. I mean, it does exist to some degree. So you may as well try to get rid of that bias when you're trying to review just like good gameplay.
Yep.
In general.
Blazing Soul 2 is strong, but if we're gonna play Vertical Sork, we don't necessarily need more AP. But I feel like I still take that on Sork. It seems the strongest out of these 3. Bulky Buddies.
We know it's broken now, right? Because
Yeah,
they're
nerf.
nerfing it. So that's the best way they know it's really strong now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Bulky Buddies, I feel like with we want to play Garen later, right? So it's like you kind of lose some value. Although I think you had mentioned before that with if we're able to find LeBlanc, then putting the
Scion
next to it doesn't lose that value.
Yeah, I actually think this is not bad in Garen comps, even if you're losing 1 unit's worth of bulky buddies, because it's so good on Garen. Garen is one of your like basically your carries in this comp, and so this is so good on Garen that you're willing to lose it on 1 unit, I think, and consider this still a good option in this comp. Also, by the way, in 4 emissary, I don't think the AP is that. It's not nearly as bad as AP on. I still think this is takeable in 6 Sork because the AS is nice and the AP is still not awful, but it's a little more takeable in 4 Sork, which is what emissary usually is, right?
Yeah, so I'd probably roll left, then right.
Okay, I feel like Bronze for Life could still work. These are like all really good combat options, but you have to think a lot more with Bronze for Life for sure.
What would you angle towards with Bronze for Life? You still stick with 4 Sork, or you do some makeshift?
Usually it's like some 3 Black Rose flex thing, right? But I think we're too poor to play this. Typically it's like a 5 cost board with 3 Black Rose.
You want to go fast 9 with that, right? Okay, so there's the gold.
Yeah.
If we take that, are we trying to get some of that reroll value? I assume so, right?
I assume so. You just level, you just play normally. And then when you roll down on 4-2, you'll be rich, and ideally you'll hit and still have gold to go 9.
Okay. Yeah, probably roll right.
So you prefer Blazing Soul over Bulky? The one thing I will say, Bulky also scales off of your max HP, like the shield. The max HP given from quality over quantity. But I think it's fine. Like I think both of these are like just good combat. Oh, he rolls both. Sorry. What would you have done there? After rolling one of those. Let's say you roll What would you have done here after rolling this?
After rolling middle,
Yeah. And these are your options. Assuming you haven't clicked this yet.
in my head, I pretty much just excluded invested plus as like a never take. But I agree from our earlier analysis that like especially with quality over quantity, we want more unit quality on the board to
And
combine.
upgrades.
Yeah, and upgrades. It's almost like quality over quantity is like kind of like playing built different. So like, I guess you could have the same logic if our first augment was built different.
You really need the gold.
Yeah, and especially if it's contested, then so it's like the more contested it is, the more likely we would take invested plus. If we were like 0-way contested, it seems like bulky buddies would have a higher cap.
Yeah, I thought that this decision was super insightful to me because I tend to think this is so bad. But if a player as good as Wasian he's just considering his spot, right? It just shows like what's on his mind. It's not is this an S tier augment? I mean, I'm sure he factors that in, but most important to him is I am poor, I need gold, I'm taking gold.
Yeah.
Especially because the other thing you can also consider here is there are very few good econ options on 4-2 because it's a prismatic party. What are the only 4-2 econ options? It's literally just invested plus now, which I think you can get offered on 4-2, but it's not as good as a lot of the gold econ options, like malicious monetization. There's another gold one on 4-2, golden rolls.
Raining gold.
There's no raining gold in 4-2 though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's just malicious, golden find. I forget what the other ones are, but there are a few more like reasonable gold options on like econ options on gold tier. But here, I feel like if you don't take econ here, you're never getting econ. You're just guaranteed poor. And that I assume is why he is willing to sack a really good prismatic or like one of the top prismatics for his line, 2 of them, in order to make sure he's not poor and take what many people will consider like a B or C tier quality augment on its own.
Mm-hmm.
And just for sanity check, like he's not being an idiot here, which you always assume he's not. I mean, it's Wasian. What placement does he go? He goes.
He gets Greater Moonlight.
Greater Moonlight into a third. It looks like loses to a Mord 2 with RFC.
By the way, the way invested plus or invested plus works is if you are at the amount of gold breakpoint is after you get interest for that round, right?
Start. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're at like 70 and then you get to 80 in interest, like that, you get 3 rerolls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, one thing to consider as well is that quality over quantity is like in some ways it's already like global combat, right? It is a form of combat already. It's juicing up your units, giving them rating items, giving them HP. So like triple combat, I mean, it's nice, but like you usually want a balance of augments. So such that like you're willing to like not have combat here because like look at his final augment option is a single unit thing, right? So his only global combat is quality over quantity, which he's fine with.
Right.
I mean, clearly, I mean, but I don't know if he's fine with it. You don't know for sure, but he went for this setup, right? Okay, back to the Dishsoap. Until what time do you have today?
I can go until like 5:30, but we can stop earlier too. See.
Now just keep going. Yeah. I mean, I don't have I can't play on PvE. I can't play on the new patch anyway because it's not out yet. So I'm down to just keep going.
Okay. By the way, a radiant item, I think Asa had mentioned this before, is equivalent to something like 2 regular items.
Yeah, I think so. Like 2 items is how I think of it as well. Let me make sure I'm on the right game. Okay. Jorkin. I don't know why I just read that emote out loud. But what's up, Dank Memes? Okay, loot sub. Let's jump to 3-1. Dishsoap game number 2. Okay, let's look at his board state. Worth the wait, Aurelia. Really good backline items. Double chain. Thoughts on this spot? Loot sub. We didn't see what the loot was. Let's briefly see. I assume it is 1 component. I mean, not that it matters. I guess looking at the board, yeah, one component. Thoughts on this current like spot? Again, we're not seeing who's contesting him, which sucks. But I mean, it's hard. It's impossible to do it perfectly.
We are. I feel like this is also like kind of one of those middle spots. We're not. This is not a horrible spot, not a great spot. I guess we're one off Aurelia 3. We need more frontline items. Gold wise, like seems okay, especially on loot sub. So we can go for. We want to play for highest cap, like some type of team combat. Although with Aurelia as your main thing, like we want to probably play towards what either Rebel or Academy. So like more gold, especially if contested, is probably useful. Like we want to try cap out with Jinx or like Jace on those two lines. So either gold or like team combat.
To me, this spot looks quite good. It looks better than what you're, in my mind, to what you're making it out to be. I feel like your backline items are insane. Like, how many people are going to have this perfect, and your leftover components both built into a frontline unit? You have a backline upgrade that's quite good, and you even have a +1 for it next turn. You're getting Aurelia 3 next turn. To me, and you're not as poor as you look in gold because you have raining gold effect, right? Assuming you don't chase Aurelia 4, you're +1 each turn. To me, this spot is kind of premium. Like it's hard to imagine like better spots than this for like a Rebel board in my mind.
When do you chase Aurelia? Like I always just keep the extra unit. I don't ever sell it. When are you deciding on whether to go for 4 or not? I guess it's like if it's your main backline carry.
I think the most objective way to do it is to literally just do this. Like this, I don't do this. I should, but the most objective way is to do this, right?
It's like how good is it?
You have the entire table of all of them, right? If you trust the stats, and you just see which ones are worth chasing. But in general, I'm surprised by this. I would like be more willing to chase Draven 4 than Aurelia 4. Oh, this is probably because there's a fucking. The issue with Aurelia is that there is a Aurelia hero augment. We have to do something like this, but it's really annoying. You'd have to like exclude Tyson's Aurelia, exclude Infinity Edge Aurelia, exclude Hodge Aurelia. This is still making it out to be that it's good. So I would be inclined to never chase Aurelia 4. Reason being, I just feel like in terms of what she provides for your board, I think of it this way more. Another objective way is like if you're chasing Aurelia 4, that's 18 gold that you're sinking into one unit, right? That you didn't get to put into the rest of your board, into your econ intervals, into your leveling. And what is that 18 gold providing for your board? And in the case of an Aurelia, it's like, what does this unit even do? It just sits there and does nothing. Like it sits there, shields, and then just. Whereas like 4-star Draven, 4-star Violet, 4-star even like Powder, it's doing a lot of stuff in my mind. That's how I sort of. It's not very like clear, logical, objective, but that's sort of how I think about it.
So basically, it should be a carry to justify.
How much better than Alawi 2 even is Aurelia 4? Yeah, that's the other consideration is, are you going to have a unit on your board that effectively serves the same role, right? Which you are. I mean, I'm pretty sure Alawi is just better. I imagine Alawi 2, Aurelia 4 is same thing. Alawi, and then Aurelia 3 is probably better than Alawi 1. Alawi 2 is probably better than Aurelia 3. But I feel like you already have a unit on this board if you're trying to play either of those lines you said, Rebel or Academy, where like either is fine. Like you don't care that much about. I feel like you'd rather just make sure you have your other units in my mind. But yeah, that being said, I feel like the spot is very good, and so it sort of fits into my mind of like we can chase high cap stuff with this setup. Okay. I also don't fully. I mean, at the moment you are lacking frontline, but like frontline items. But the fact that you will have an Aurelia 3 on your board, if you can think of it as you basically have a Warmogs on your board, right? Like you have a free Warmogs already on the board with the Aurelia 3 upgrading from 2-star to 3-star.
Is that on average just true for frontliners? You just get about 1,000 more HP.
For a frontline unit, isn't that? I feel like that is true. Maybe even more, right? Units, Aurelia. Yeah, about 1,000. That's more than Warmog. Warmog's is 600. Not only that, right? You also base scale the shield.
Can you look at like Singed or Darius or something? See if that's also.
They'll all be the same.
Oh, it's all the
They'll
same. Okay.
Yeah, the scaling of HP is the exact same for every unit. It's by percentage. Oh, Tanster 66. Appreciate the prime. Thank you. Yeah, they all gain the same percent HP on star up. They don't have exceptions for that. They have exceptions for the spell ratios, but not the AD ratios increases and not the HP ratio increases. They might have some for like 3-star 4 cost and 3-star 5 cost. They may have some exceptions in those cases. I know 3-star 5 cost, they have some flat bonus HP and or 3-star 4. I forget the exact rules, but those are so edge case that it's not so important to like truly know those by heart, I think.
So given that we are in a good spot, we probably want to lean towards team combat to go for a higher cap.
I think so. Also because your first augment is going to convert from being temporary early board strength to just the rate to econ, right? This converts into reigning gold, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would say just think about like why you thought the spot was a little like more middling, and tried to like. Assuming you believe I'm correct, because I feel like the spot to me looks quite good. You're not poor, you're strong, backline, good items. Whereas your read was a little more like, I'm not trying to shit on your read. I'm just saying your read sounded a little more like it was more middling than my read on it.
Yeah, I think I just didn't really have in my mind like how much stronger having Aurelia 3 is. And so like thinking about it as having an extra Warmog basically, or more than just having an extra Warmog, I think.
Yeah.
Helps to shift that basic assumption.
Yeah, and then also the items you didn't really quite mention. I think I miss this as well. Like every now and then in Twitch chat, I'll see good players talk about people's spots, and they'll talk about them being better than I look at them, and then they'll mention that this guy's items are literally Thanos. That's like one way I've heard items described, and it's like, wait, you know what? Like an expectation. How many people are going to have this item set up on 3-1? Basically, no one, right? Mm-hmm. So that represents a fuck ton of board strength. So you have to factor in, like, you can look at this and be like, yeah, these are 3 good items and just kind of gloss over it. But you're missing one key piece here, which is that probabilistically no one is going to have this combo, but at this point in the game, right? You're probably literally in the best item spot out of anyone.
Yeah.
And it's something you should factor when thinking about board strength.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you'll have the best items by stage 4, but I mean, right now you have good items. Okay. All that to not even talk about the augment selection. Man, I really yap way too much. But okay. Thoughts here?
Sorry, no weight takes, but not health is wealth. And given that we're already having gold value from worth the weight, like Epic loses some of its value. I think the Town Blue gives you, it's like kind of like team combat, and especially with the Aurelia being at 3-star, gets way more value. And I forget if he has a 5th rebel on bench and whether the colleague gives him 5 rebel or not. But left seems like the best option out of these 3.
I don't think he does, but yeah, I feel like double Aurelia 3 could be quite good. What's up, Spencer? Why does this guy have his VODs deleted, by the way? I wanted to review this guy's VODs, but he's hiding the tech. Come on now. Yeah, I agree with you that I feel like given already of gold from this reigning gold effect, it's never middle. Right is not awful. I've still seen like a lot of good players go like double econ effectively. Like, you know, this is basically econ. This is also econ into like into a combat. But I feel like right now this is good now and good later. Like, how bad can this be?
Yeah.
I feel like this is like pretty obvious decision.
Dude, I'm old.
What's up?
What does Jorkin even mean?
Don't worry about it. Honestly, I feel like there's some questions better left unanswered. And this one, I will spare you the details, and we will leave it unanswered. Yeah. Nothing here, right? You just take left.
Yeah. Wait,
Now everyone's broken in chat. God damn it.
Scavenger is getting buffed next patch, right?
I think it's already buffed into 5 from 4.
Oh,
I think it's already buffed. Oh, and they also buffed the fact that it gives you items tailored to your unit.
Right.
I still don't know how good of a augment selection this is. I mean, if you believe like Reddit, they seem to talk it up a little more now. They have like a thread on this augment, but
I mean,
at the
his
same time,
setup would actually not be that bad, it seems, given that he has no tank items on Aurelia and he has like 3 damage items on his. It's not great, it seems like, but could be. Given that we were just saying that his spot seems okay.
oh yeah, I think
pretty
it's
solid.
it's strong for his current board, and that
Yeah.
it itemizes the Aurelia 3. But I feel like it's one of those spots where you're if you're like on a 5 streak, maybe you can argue that okay, let's really push the streak. But one, I would say number 1, like augment number 1 here, painted on blue, is also strong for the current board, and it scales better, right, than Scavenger. Like ultimately, if you play Rebel, Scavenger will just start itemizing your it's gonna itemize your Akali and all this random trash, right?
Would it also? Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I feel like it's just good now. Maybe there's some argument for Scavenger being better now. Maybe because you're putting items in early 3, but I feel like this is just good now and good later. You just take this, in my mind.
Okay.
Let's just briefly see what he played. I assume it is a Jinx. I mean, he's a good player. Good players hit Jinx. He hit Jinx. There you go. Okay. Setsuko game number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can see what placement he went. Someone wanted to see this. This is from his Magic Roll Invested Plus. See how willing these guys are to take. Like, I feel like Invested Plus and Plus Plus are both considered not like very strong options, but these top players just take what their spot needs, right? They don't use tier lists. It's just my spot needs this. I will take this.
Yep.
And he finishes 7th because he took Invested Plus. Okay. This one is a powder. Okay. 3-1. Let me put in the stream text. Focus is on 3-2 augment selection. Okay, so it's clear as to, like, for people that are just jumping in, why we're just like jumping to 3-2 every time. Okay. So the spot is, I mean, this is pretty easy board state. Literally nothing on the board. He's a Chem Baron. What doesn't kill you? 155. Powder Monkey. Praying for not -10. These are the items. No slams. Yeah. I mean, is there much to? I guess. Okay, what are you thinking here? We may as well still like talk through it. What are you thinking here?
Could be.
This is more like a patch right now.
This is more of a what?
Like a patch read now to like know like what to angle towards with the spot.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, this could be Renata reroll, could be Smeech reroll, could be Scrap. I mean, if he hits like an early Silco, could be vertical Chem Baron, but probably not. I mean, he seems pretty healthy at this point. From an item standpoint, given all the rods, probably not. Well, I guess Ambusher's like okay with the rods. Wait, these items seem to lean more towards, but also no tiers for Renata.
Say Renata. The issue is we're not seeing who's contesting stuff in this lobby, but I feel like Renata's. You could play it here, I guess. I think, yeah, with no tiers though, it's kind of hard. I feel like
really depends
you may get
on
some, I guess.
Cash out too.
Yes and no. I feel like 200, 300, like there's so many good options for Renata. Shimmer Bloom is insane in that comp. A lot of the frontline ones on like Rennie can be fine. The way the Visionary Cambaran line isn't played, you just use a lot of items, and then it allows you to just have extra items on Renata and Heim, and then you can also primary itemize Heimer and Mouse, and your Renata has like 2 or 3 Cambaran items on her, such that you're just like up like 3 items for free. So
okay, so this is like the Renata Cambaran line.
I think it could be that, although the lack of tiers makes that a lot less appealing. Depends on how contested the line is, and then also I don't like Smeech that much when you don't have Ambusher +1. Actually, I'm a little lost with like where we really want to go with this. I wonder what he's
Smeech in forever.
I played Smeech twice in tournament. It went well. I think I high rolled one of the games. One other game just went well naturally through like Ambusher +1. But it feels like a Jinx on 7 / Ambusher +1 kind of thing. Or otherwise you're playing for like it's a hard game. It could be that if you got a really big cash out, it doesn't matter. But yeah. Let's see the augment choices. I feel like we've spent enough time just talking through the spot. Yeah, I mean, I think it's less likely to be scrap because then you don't leverage this, right? You don't leverage your cash out.
Yeah. Which is basically it's either Renata or Smeech.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying.
I actually think this is a hard decision, but like I don't even know what we're really wanting to go towards here. But yeah, what is your thought process here?
We don't need more items probably. Although I mean, if we wanted to commit Smeech, Infinity Force is like not bad. But it seems like we're gonna have an overflow of items anyway. So I would roll right. I feel like I rarely take I'm the carry now either, and we don't really want to be strong yet. So Prismatic Pipeline kind of sticks with the game plan of like, okay, we're gonna lose anyway, so might as well sack the stage.
Yeah, I don't like Pipeline in general, but I think it's still out of these 3, it's the best, right? Like you don't care about winning right now. You're too weak to like you're not really gonna level a roll here or 3-5, maybe 3-5, but probably not. You could, but yeah, I kind of agree that it just gives you more oomph than the other 2 because when you actually want the spike. What about now?
Right, not buried treasures. We already have too many components. Radiant. If we're playing Smeech or Renata, could be okay, though I feel like it's just kind of underwhelming. I don't even really know what the Prismatic Pipeline table looks like.
It's just exactly the Prismatic Orb cash out, I think.
Oh, okay.
Table. It just gives you a Prismatic Orb now. That's it.
Which oftentimes is like item, right? Item gold.
Yes, but it is more value than the prismatics that you will see, the prismatic augment, because you have to wait a full round for it. So your expectation it'll always be
and
more.
And it could give you a radiant item or radiant upgrade anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So pry out is just Prismatic Pipeline.
Oh yeah, you can maybe consider this like you just take the 200 and you play scrap, but with buried treasures. But I feel like Pipeline is just better than like. You could roll this. What are we hoping for if you roll this, though?
Like Ambusher.
I feel like the spot is so hard to evaluate what's good. You can't get any +1s either. I probably just take Pipeline here.
Yeah. Okay.
This is actually pretty good for the Renata line, but I assume he skips here.
If he
I'm actually curious. Are you down to like watch a bit more of this game just to see where he goes with this? I forget how he plays this game. I don't even know if I watched this. Oh, I see. He just Smeech 3s with like a 300 or 400 cash out. Does he? I'm just curious. Does he?
He goes to the cash out.
Yeah, he takes 400 here.
Oh, okay. I mean, execution.
He just 5 Cambarans. Yeah, he just takes 300, and then he probably takes another 100. Plays around Rennie 3, Smeech 3, I assume.
Although he already committed to Smeech because he slammed the items before.
Yeah, meaning he already knew for a fact he's gonna go Smeech. I mean, it saves him so much HP, right, to put items on this guy because Smeech can kill units.
Yeah, and that's such a high roll. This is like 10% to get the Chain Blade 2, right? I mean,
Chain Blade 2 is the best one, but I think
there's like
There's another one
other
too
ones,
that's
yeah.
not
Give you a
awful.
speech too.
The Edge of Night one, I think, is like it's not the best, but it's not like god awful. Can look. It's Mage 3-item. 4 Ambusher plus, exclude 5 Chem Baron, exclude 4 Chem Baron, exclude 6 Chem Baron. This is like you're playing Ambusher for sure, right? In this item, other. Yeah, Flesh Ripper 2 is not awful. Flesh Ripper 1 is pretty mid. Flesh Ripper 1, you typically want to like put this on a Savika if you're playing Ambusher, I think. Assuming you're not chasing you either put this on Savika, you don't play Singed. And that way your Savika can cast. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. It's the best one. Chainblade 2. Voltaic 2 is also like it's not great, but it's you just whatever. You take it. And then let's just see what placement he goes. Oh, what is his prismatic pipeline? I guess it's Radiant Hodge, which is really good.
Oh, that's super good.
I assume this can win out. Yeah, it looks like he's winning out. Yep, he won out. Okay. Jump to Wasian, game 2.
Yep. I'm gonna jump in the restroom real quick.
Okay. Am I coaching Setsuko? No. I'm coaching learning TFT. I don't do coaching at the moment through like one. This is like through Project Mentor. I don't do coaching like through one-on-one. I see someone typing exclamation point coaching through like just paid setups. I probably won't for a while if ever, because I'm not like. I just wanted to do this just to try it out with Project Mentor. I'm enjoying it, but I don't know. I find it too hard to just keep up with trying to compete and like spending time coaching. So yeah, am I distributing 3? Yeah, it's literally just 3-2. I mean, I'll look at the spot and the portals, and then we jump to 3-2. I've been doing this with learning TFT over the set, where we pick a particular fundamental or like some aspect of the game to not use like 2-1 augment selection. We looked at like 4-2 and then 3-2, yeah, and then just like look at a bunch of games and reps to see what people are doing and try to formulate like some sort of checklist, formula, whatever you want to call it, of like thoughts for that decision. Yeah, and right now I'm doing Wasian Setsuko Dishsoap games from the cup. This one is loot sub. Yeah, and then basically I'll jump to 3-1 and I'll ask learning TFT to like summarize the spot, and then I'll give my thoughts on the spot as well. See if we're like aligning, see if we're missing anything, and then go to the augment selection. It's hard to see what everyone else is playing is the thing. I mean, you can do it, but I would just waste so much time. Then I'm gonna sit here, look at the scouting on 2-1, which we could do, but then it just takes a while. He's in the restroom right now, so I'm just kind of chilling.
Okay, back.
So I have Wasian's game here. We're on 3-1. Portal is loot sub.
Okay.
And this is the spot.
I mean, board wise looks pretty good. If we can hit swing 2 soon, that'd be really strong. Good items. And we already have econ, so seems like we could play for a higher cap. Even though like our health relative to lobby isn't great, like it seems like our potential here is quite good. So if we can find some type of team combat, that would be pretty good. Or we can even double up on econ and go for fast 9. Although I don't know that we're healthy enough for that.
I think you're missing. I feel like one big component here is the backline. It's all like I think the item state is good, the units are good, but we're kind of lacking upgrades, right, on the backline.
Yeah. So like this reminds me of our stage 2 analysis that we did before, where it's like we're really close to getting strong.
Yeah. This to me looks like I feel like a big piece here is you want to roll, right?
Yeah.
Like
so
we have 3 pairs.
Like
any one of these hits, all of a sudden your board gets a lot better. Nami can also help the board state. It's like you hit any of these pairs. Lux is the least desirable, but whatever, you can hit it. And then you have Nami to improve your Sork quality and emissary.
Especially if we can hit a Swain 2 like 4 2, we should probably cash out like the, what is it, the 35 conqueror stacks? Is it 35?
Yeah.
I forget. Yeah, so that's like what, 7 gold in value.
Yeah, you get another cash out if you kill more units. I feel like this spot to me looks like you want to. I don't know if you want to take an augment that allows you to roll because you already have econ, but in general, I'm already thinking, okay, we're probably rolling here. You have three high quality pairs and Nami to hit 4 hits. We have econ, so I feel like I'm down to invest in trying to be strong through some combat or.
You roll here on because he leveled. This is 3-1, right? Or is this 3-2?
Oh, I think on a 2 loss and 40 gold, I'm not down to roll here. I'll be down to roll, but I'm a little richer. Maybe next turn. Like I want to see the augment choice first and see how the fight goes. But like you don't really care about your loss here. I think on 3-1 because you're on a 2 loss. If you win, then you're definitely down to roll. You just go back to our thought of like you play around your streak, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how this fight goes. He wins. Now I'm super down to roll, right?
Yeah.
He slammed the stone plate here, by the way. Okay.
That guy's contesting, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah, Cluttered Mind Sork. But they're about the same state in terms of econ. This guy has Swain pair as well, I guess. They're both Swain paired.
Okay. Do we have open component?
Glove. So Shiv, Shojin, Glove, Stoneplate, Sunfire, pair Swain, pair Zyra, pair Lux, GP, Vlad, Darius too.
Right, roll left, roll right. I mean, none of these really seem good.
Yeah, I feel like you're all I think. Yeah, middle isn't that? I feel like it's too much econ.
Yeah. What was the portal again?
Loot sub.
Oh, okay. Yeah, way too much gold. Okay, that's pretty good. Although we already have Shiv.
We do have Shiv.
Amazing.
But the fact we have glove, I feel like makes it a little less trash. Like glove,
Yeah.
open glove. But
Yep.
I like it more than these.
Best out of the, yeah.
Yeah.
Roll middle left. Oh, probably that. Yeah, I'd probably take thorn plated armor. Is that better than bulky buddies? I guess
It might be stronger now. So I have concerns with thorn plated. One, we know Sork is contested, and this item becomes dead late game against this in the Sork matchup. I don't know how many AD are in the lobby. I guess is another concern. But 2, any frontline component I drop now is fucked. Unless you're willing to like double itemize, like you're putting in, it has to be like Vow at least to get true value out of your next frontline item. I feel like this sort of fucks our item economy, right? Like look at our current board state. You do this, and then now what? Like what is your next? I guess you could Sunfire your Elise, but that's my concern with that. And then it's also bad into AP matchups.
It's so strong right now, though. I mean, I guess bulky buddies isn't not too strong. It's like I feel like if we were going back to your initial like doc, like if we were at 100 HP, it seems like bulky buddies. Or if we were, or yeah, like if we were much healthier, bulky buddy seems like has a higher cap, whereas like we don't want to lose too much HP this stage, right? And we just won, so like thorn plated seems like it would be much stronger now.
My play is that I feel like the way I had thought through like this is that it's when your board desperately needs frontline. I'm down for Bramble here if you desperately need frontline. But does this board state look like? I feel like it does not desperately need frontline. Like your frontline's like okay. In my mind, if anything, it's backline we're lacking, right? And Bramble represents just more frontline. The other thing too is we're not on a 5 streak. We're on a 1. I think we have to remember like if we're on a 5 streak, maybe like this represents a lot of gold, right? To continue the streak. We're only on a 1 streak. I feel like this is a little. Maybe he takes this. I forget what he takes here. But in my mind, this is like you fuck your item economy. You make yourself stronger only in 80 matchups. Like it just seems I don't know. It has too many downsides in my mind. Like, yes, it is temporarily stronger than bulky buddies, but is that really like that important right now to be like we're at 79 and we have like if I roll here, I hit these things. Let's say you don't take Bramble, right? And you roll 10 gold. What percentile of board strength do you think you'll be? On average.
What percentage of what?
Percentile board strength for stage 3. 50th percentile is like your average. You're an average board. 100 percentile, you're the strongest in the lobby. You're the strongest in any lobby. If you don't take, let's say you take bulky buddies or Jewel Lotus, you roll 10 gold, right? In expectation, you whatever that represents for you. What boards like? I guess what HP would you expect to be? Is a more tangible way of putting it.
At the end of stage 3.
At the end of stage 3, yeah. You roll 10 gold. You take global combat. What HP are you expected to be in your mind? This is hypothetical, but it's still worth like thinking through it in that way, I think.
Yeah. Of 10 gold, I think on average you hit at least Lux 2, Zyra 2. Like if you high roll the Swain 2, then you can just full streak. But assuming we just hit Zyra 2 or Lux 2, then or maybe 65th percentile strength, 70th percentile, maybe not even 70th. Yeah, like 65 or something.
Yeah. What HP do you think that would leave us at by a 4-1?
Was that 4 rounds? So like let's say we win slightly more than 2 rounds.
Yeah, so you're losing 1.5 rounds, I guess, right?
Yeah, so that's to say each round you lose like 10 to 12 HP. So
yeah, so you're losing like
20
18,
HP. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll be at 60. Does that sound like a reasonable spot to be in?
Yeah, especially with slamming because we have delayed power.
Yeah. So then I feel like, given that we're saying if we just do that, I feel like that sounds like a good game plan. Because I feel like taking Bramble here, there's so many things that could fuck up the whole game, right? You get frontline items, you don't have global combat if you do that. So I feel like if there's a path towards taking a scaling augment, a more scaling augment, and you think the spot will be fine, I feel like you just go for that.
Okay. If there were, let's say, how many AD would you need in the lobby to justify Thorn Plated then? Like more than half? Like at some point, like if everyone in the lobby was AD, it would be easily Thorn Plated, right?
Like, I might be throwing myself to look horrible here because what if Wasian takes this? But I feel like I would almost never take Thorn Plated here. Maybe he takes it and I just look like an idiot. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Then I'm the one. I mean, I'm down to be wrong, but I feel like in this spot, I'm just not down to take this, man. I already like
even if the whole lobby was AD.
The whole lobby was AD. I feel like still no. Isn't this more HP? How much HP does the Bramble even give you versus board wide? Wait, am I being stupid here, or doesn't board wide HP give you more HP at the end of the day? Like when you're level 9, what are you really going to be happy with? The one Bramble on the one unit? Or are you going to be happy with? Oh, I see what he took. Okay, I'm not an idiot. Okay. Spoiler. But this is how much HP does this give you? I feel like it's not even that much. This is so much HP, right? This is 175 multiplied by your whole board. Yeah, I feel like maybe you're like over indexing on like one unit with infinite armor is never gonna die. But the truth is, all that represents is just it heals, right? Some base damage. This is just like some flat amount of HP on one unit. This is like your whole board juices up.
Okay. I think I've been undervaluing bulky buddies.
I think that the real way, which is like annoying in TFT, but the real way to evaluate these is just numbers, right? These are all like this is not bulky buddies and this is not thorn plated. This is X armor with X flat healing, and this left one is not. This is 175 HP on a bunch of units plus 15% max health shield. If you think of it in that way, you just do all the math. I'm pretty sure it becomes more obvious. But if you start thinking of them in terms of hypotheticals of like this is an armor, this is like an unkillable armored up unit that's good for his 80. This is just like I feel like you think of it in that more like nebulous way, it becomes harder to decide. You just think of these as these are all stat sticks. This stat stick is greater than this stat stick at the end of the day, especially at higher level.
Okay. Makes sense.
What's up, Semaphore? Appreciate the prime. Yeah. Okay. I feel not okay. I'm so glad he took this in. Otherwise, I feel like such an idiot.
By the way,
If I went through all that just for him to not.
he did not
He is
roll,
coaching
right?
Setsuko. Holy no, I'm not. What's up?
He did not roll, right?
He did. He did.
He did?
He did.
He rolled.
Yeah.
Okay, he just
One.
whiffed.
He rolled a lot. He rolled a lot. No. He rolled till he hit. He slightly missed. I would say he hit
didn't
like
hit
probably
any of his
70%.
backline.
One. He hit a Nami. He put the Nami in time, and he kind of missed. Yeah, but I think I remember watching this. He starts hitting now, I think, and we were joking in chat that he rolled, and he got past the bad waves, and now he's in a good way. He's in a good tide now, and so now he starts hitting. I think he rolls. Does he roll again here? I forget. Maybe he rolls once. No. He starts finding units naturally. Yeah, he naturals Nami to here, and then he naturals Swain to here. See, and the joking logic was that by rolling him 3-2, he got all the bad cards out of the way, and now all the good cards are left in the way. Okay, we read this game. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what placement he gets, just to see. I assume pretty high because he has good setup, right? I think if you're taking Bramble here, like look what happens. He takes bulky buddies, and then now he scales it with
Oh yeah.
this armor thing, right? You can't even ever scale your Bramble augment, really. I mean, you can, but not as well as you can scale board wide HP.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay, back to Dishsoap. Game 3. Silco unit with Manazane is actually clickable. Yeah, the stats are really good on Silco Manazane. It does actually make that unit good, for sure. It's like minus 0.6 or something insane actually. Gold sub. Okay, jump to 3-1. What doesn't kill you? Oh, this one looks obvious. I think I spoiled myself just for a split second as I clicked there. But this board state, I feel like it's not that hard to analyze. We don't have to dwell too much. It just looks like he's already hard committed scrap. Yeah, hard committed scrap from lost streak. It's just like there's not much to say about it because this spot is already so discovered, overplayed, well known. And then it looks like this is just an insta. You just click this, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You want to just skip this one?
Yep.
Let's do the next Dishsoap game.
Actually, can you go to the turn that he cashed out? I'm just curious when.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, let's do that. He cashes out on. I assume. Why does he have? Here it is, a Corky and an Elise. Cashes out on 3. Oh, does he roll even, or does he natural his board? I think he naturals the board, dude.
What? He got it on 7.
Did he take an Elise off carousel? Maybe he got it on 7. Oh, he got at least carousel. Yeah. Then you instantly cash it here, right? You just put it. Boom. World champ diff. Not 0 rolling. You cash it out.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Are you usually cashing it out on 7 or 8?
Me, I usually 8.
Okay. Just checking.
I'm not a world champ, so how am I going to cash out on 7? I don't natural Corky and Elise. This is Scuttle Puddle. Jorkin. Why the fuck is everyone Jorkin in this chat, dude? What's up, cookies? Scuttle Puddle. Let's jump to 31. 31. Jump to 3-1. What am I saying? Jump to 3-1. Okay. Looks like an obvious line. He has a million billion Zeries already. And Singed one. I mean, this looks like the line is very obvious, yeah. But it's still worth describing the spot just to see like what we're trying to take here.
I mean, we're not that healthy, but once we hit the Zeri 3, we should be pretty strong, though our front line's kind of far off. Item-wise, we're like the items aren't great. Like we ideally would want Rage Blade, Gunblade, IE, right? So
Or Rage Blade, Gunblade is also
yeah.
acceptable. I think that one's actually better. Rage Blade, Gunblade. I
Oh
think
yeah. Okay.
when you're not 4 fire. I think in 4 Firelight, the second Rage Blade becomes less of a thing. But with with just Sentinel, I think you prefer double Rage Gunblade.
Right. Because you just have a stronger front line.
Yeah.
I mean, probably team combat, given that we're gonna hit soon, though. Like we really want to hit some type of stronger front line, but given how far we are, it's probably just gonna be a Lowy too.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, would you roll here, like right now, or would you roll post augment?
Probably posts, because we're on 5 streak there. And
To get the 6 streak.
yeah, just like get more gold.
I'm actually not sure because I feel like you hit some of these upgrades, you go from killing 0 to killing or not 0, killing a few to killing a lot. But I don't know what he does here. I forget.
Also,
I don't think I watched
is this one of those situations where we want to tailor?
It just depends if you're willing to take. I don't know what I'm willing to take here. I played this comp a few times. I played it once in tourney, but I don't know if I really want like sniper augments, sniper's nest being the most clear one, sniper +1. Like, do we really want those? I feel like
Is Sentinel +1 good here? Probably.
Sentinel +1 does allow you to like fit your next ins a lot faster, right? I do think Sentinel +1 is okay. It allows you to fit an emissary. Like your odd and even levels are pretty good in this line. It allows you to get the 4 sniper. I don't think it's like a premium option, but I think it's takeable.
Okay.
People are just saying what to slam. I like that. We may as well, given the spot's fairly simple. What are you trying to slam and reforge here? Ginsu for sure.
Ginsu for sure. Given that we don't have lobby information, even Shroud makes sense.
Yeah.
Steadfast.
It's just hard to not have another Rage Blade component. Is my concern here.
Yeah, we're
What
so
would you
far
reforge?
off.
What would you reforge, if any?
Probably a glove or vest.
Yeah, I feel like I would reforge a glove. Rage Blade, even Shroud. You can slam a Vow, which is pretty good on Singed and Ilawi. And then you have Steadfast, which you could make, and then you reforge a glove. I feel like I would go for that. Okay, let's just lay out what he does. Rage Blade. Nice. Got it right. Reforge glove. I'm pretty sure double Vow fucks up your Singed cast though. Like he will throw it not into Zeri. Double Vow Singe will fuck up he'll throw it not into Zeri, I'm pretty sure. So you can't double Vow.
Alawi later though is probably okay, right?
It's good, yeah. So you'd have to go even Shroud, Vow Singe, and Vow someone else. You could also go Sunfire, Vow Adaptive. Right?
Yeah, save the glove for Last Whisper.
Yeah. Sunfire, Vow Adaptive. Yeah. I don't even know if 80 shred is that important in Zeri, because you also try to just kill backline, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, he doesn't slam. He tries. Does he slam? He slams even Shroud, I see. And Steadfast. He just slams everything. All right. So he prefers having the shred than the anti-heal. Sure. He's contested on Sentinels. Oh, this game looks kind of hard because this guy's Starry Night Sentinels. They're the same comp, just the backliner is different.
So this tier wants to be like redemption later, probably.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm surprised that he leaves tier open because I would have thought you want to leave a backline component open. Whereas tier here represents obviously a frontline, unless you're saving it for Kate, which is so far down the road. Okay.
Not left, not right. None of these are great. Well, I guess Prismatic Pipeline could be okay if it gives you like artifact or item for Zeri.
I feel like we're too low in HP to take Prismatic Pipeline.
Hmm.
Is Blazing Soul that untakeable here? One
Does-
Rage Blade only.
Does Zeri have AP scaling?
I'm just thinking of it from the AS perspective.
I see.
I mean, you lose a lot of the power budget. I assume it's not great, but I definitely don't take left or middle here. I think. I feel like I don't know. Maybe middle is more takeable than I'm making it out to be. But I feel
If
like in
we
my
hit
mind,
Zeri 3 and like we upgrade our front line, we should be
I guess we're not
somewhat stable, right? Like,
yeah, that's true. You get a Radiant Rage Blade is also a good out here.
Like I feel like going back to your question around like what percentile strength we are in the lobby, if we just roll deep, hit Zeri 3, like we're probably 70th percentile, 80th percentile strength lobby if we can.
That's true, actually. Yeah. Okay, maybe Pipeline is better than I'm making it out. Get scared to reforge too soon. When is a good time to reforge? Speaking of the glove reforge, I feel like when you know that you kind of really want to have like it's more like here that you're desperate for a Zeri component, and that's why you're down to reforge here. So when you're kind of desperate, that's when you reforge. I think is like one factor. But yeah, you roll left for sure. You don't really want that, right? Roll the dice. As I think about it more, I think Pipeline makes. The thing is, how far off is he from Zeri? He's still 2 off, right?
He has a lot of gold though.
He does have a lot of gold, so he's expected to hit. He can hit this turn if he really wanted to. So you could just take Pipeline and roll all your gold, hit Zeri 3, and then maybe you're okay. But I'm a little concerned that that's still not that strong because it's only one. The items are just one Rage Blade. Like, are we really that stable? Zeri 3, 1 Rage Blade. We have good frontline, I guess, with 3 items. Maybe we are. Maybe we are. All our items are fine.
Yeah. I mean, worst case, I feel like we lose 2 rounds if we have upgraded frontline and Zeri 3.
Yeah, I can see that. In expectation, you only lose 2. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm was too sour on Pipeline. Maybe it's actually good here. It's better than Blazing Soul is too shit. I think you rolled Blazing Soul. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Radiant Relic's pretty good. The thing is, like, what if you whiff on? Because what can we take? We can take Radiant Last Whisper, i.e., Gunblade, Rageblade. I guess DB. Like, I guess there's a decent amount of AD items.
The question is, what are the hits and what are our odds for this? Radiant Sunfire is also like somewhat takeable. Yeah, true. In chat, they're saying. So what are the hits here? Let's just be more objective about it. Okay. Looks like there are a lot actually. Sunfire is like actually a lot of these look fine. We already have even child, so you can't really take Last Whisper, right? So
yeah. GS, Runon, DB.
These ones look more than okay. I mean, the play rates are to get a little low, but the other AD stuff looks fine. Obviously, you're fishing for these two, but I mean,
Well, like getting another tank item still doesn't feel great because you really just need more.
But these are a lot of hits. The question is, what are our odds to hit a backline one? Right? It's basically assuming you believe these stats. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Yeah. Out of how many radiants are there, or how many items are there?
Is it 64? Minus duplicates. I forget exactly how many. How many items are there?
Someone in chat know how many items there are?
Is it not just 64 minus 8? I assume it's that, right? 8 components times 8, 64, minus 8 because there are 8 duplicates. 8 duplicate components. So 56. Something like that. And then you're taking 5. Give me a sec. How many objects do we have? So 56. Sampling 5.
Are you doing on the math on what the odds are that you miss?
Yeah. One sec.
I think it's 36 items.
36 only? Oh, whoops.
I mean, that's better for the math.
One sec.
It's 31 divided by 36
really?
times 30 divided by 35. I just literally counted the table.
Oh, I see.
Okay, 55% chance that wait.
It's sorry, what's that?
I think it's 55% chance that we hit one of the 5. There's 5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 55% chance that we hit one of the ones we want.
55%. 36 items, so you could just do what is it? Your first pick is 31.
Here, this is the
One
version
minus
I used.
31
Oh, what
out
the?
of
Okay. I did 1 minus 31 over 36 times 30
Yeah,
over
you just do that
35
times
times
32.
29
Yeah, you
over
did that.
34.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So then you're saying it's about 0.5. Okay, so it's kind of gambly, yeah. In that sense.
I mean, prismatic pipeline's also gambly, right? Because like it's not guaranteed that we get 80 items for backline either.
True. He's down for the 55. Guy's a beast.
Oh, yeah, he hit more than one of them. So it's probably life blade, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like oh yeah, probably life blade. Oh, he takes rage blade here. Interesting. Wonder why? Because I know the stats with Radiant Rage Blade and Rage Blade are not good. I wonder why he takes this one. I know that one Rage Blade is lacking in DPS. Ginsu spikes him now. Gunblade is later. That's true as well. Yeah. But isn't he already strong enough now? With assuming he hits Zeri 3. But
his front line is still so
I'll
weak.
What's up?
His front line is still so weak.
Does he even need frontline? The Zeri will hit 5.0 in like 1 second. Like the Zeri hits 5.0 attack speed in like 3 hits. I mean, not 3 autos, but I don't think you lose. You can have a bunch of 1-star trash. He has a 1-2-star, so like I'm not down to like. Yes, you could be a lot stronger by rolling here, but I'm not down to dig much given you're already strong enough. Like it's not a matter of making your board look strong. It's a matter of just being strong enough.
Yeah. Okay.
Relative to the lobby. Okay. And I assume the spot, like, he hit 2 bis. Like, surely you're top 4 here. You go second.
I feel like this whole 50-50 coin flip, and then what was it, Setsuko that had the Executioner's Chainsaw? I feel like it's like so high roll.
Well, I mean, that's why they're top 4 in the event, right? I mean, don't get like these guys are the best in NA, but at the same time, there are some events where they don't, right? Where they get day 2'd. Right. It's rare, but it does happen. Maybe they take all their 50-50s and they lose all their 50-50s, and then they low roll as well, and then they get fucked.
That's true. We're not watching the guys that low roll.
Watch the scuttle turn. Wait, why? Does he not get his items or something? Oh, I saw this. Yeah, I remember this.
Happen?
I saw this on TFT clips. He hits like he goes from 5 Twitch to a shop glitch into Twitch 3 in like 20 seconds. Boom. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you must be good and you must high roll during final lobby. You don't do either, you will get cooked. I don't think you have to high roll that hard to make final. If you're truly good, I don't think you have to high roll that hard to make final lobby. You have to high roll a little bit. But I guarantee there's one player who made final lobby that didn't feel like the high rolled every game.
Is
I got
force-
close-ish to making final lobby, and I high rolled my last 4 games, I think, of that day. But I didn't convert them into first because I didn't play. I fucked up some of them. Okay, next game.
Yep. Is force sniper the standard way to play Zeri now? Like in the game?
After he hit 6 sentinel. He went. Wait, what did he play? He was watcher. Oh,
He hit
why did he go?
the Scar 3.
Oh, I guess with shop glitch. He just kind of clicked on whatever he saw with shop glitch, and then he started pivoting into other stuff. I think it's just what you can hit. I don't think it really matters that much. I think if you have 4 firelight, you obviously go watcher, but it's just whatever you find, and then you fill out the rest of your traits based on like upgrades you have and quality of units. But for like, yeah, I think it's not super cookie cutter, but for sniper is a nice way to cap out your board for sure. Okay. Setsuko. Game 3. What time is it? 4 o'clock. So you still have time.
Mm-hmm.
Dude is just playing Pokemon in between games.
Are you like, from a study standpoint, not really playing much until the patch comes out?
I'm trying not. I did play some live games last night, but I'm more so trying to make sure I know what's gonna happen in the patch. I played some PvE games. I'll do some scrims when it comes out. So yeah, definitely more focused on the next patch. This one is Scuttle. Okay. Holy, I think I briefly remember this. I don't remember what this game turned into, but this is his setup. Thoughts on the spot? Any regional study partners? Yeah, I have some. Thankfully, messaged a lot of people, but I have some people to study with.
I mean, he's full streaking, level 6. Triple Bramble is interesting. I mean, with these items, is it actually Silco?
You have to consider it. I think you have to consider it.
I mean, I guess you play flexibly between Swork, Silco, Visionary, and just like play what you hit.
Yes, with the Silco here, and assuming lobby's contested, I think you just Silco. I think these items are so good for Silco as well. These items are mid for the other lines, right? Like you can play Sork from Shojin QSS, but it just sounds so mid. Just casting. And so I'd rather just Silco. If we're the Silco already, I'd rather just close my eyes and it's easier. You could flex it, but it's just easier to play as if you're Silco here.
So given that we're full streaking, we probably just want to go for immediate power. Although we can definitely play for first here, so team combat or immediate power. I guess gold isn't bad either, since we're probably playing some type of level 8 comp.
The issue I have with immediate power is I feel like our setup falls off so hard. I feel like if I go for more power, like an example of immediate power here could be like what? Well, I guess what would you consider as immediate power? Would like red buff augment be immediate power on Morgana?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, I don't know what else.
The thing is, immediate power typically is items, but we already have triple item front and back. Right. So I feel like immediate power is almost the same as combat because those are what are going to scale as hardest anyway. I don't think he can play first at Bramble. He falls off a cliff.
Yeah, that's true.
Fair consideration in that sense.
Unless the lobby's all AD.
I feel like he falls off a cliff such that you want to have an augment that prevents. It's hard to say. You can make both arguments. You can say, okay, I fall off a cliff, hence now I want to just push my lead so I stay ahead, and then I bleed out later, right? The other argument could be, I fall off a cliff, so let me take an augment to prevent that, which scales me. I feel like you could go for the second one, but I'm not sure. This was a no Sork lobby. Oh, what the hell? So these brambles are so good. No sort lobby. What is that? These guys aren't even. These guys are all good. I recognize. I don't know who Judite fanboy is, but the rest of them are good. Weird lobby, I guess. But yeah, he's not poor either, right? Do you remember what the portal was? We checked it, but I kind of forgot.
I think it was Loot Sub or Crab Rave.
Oh yeah, it's Scuttle. That's why.
Scuttle, okay.
Yeah, it's Scuttle. Okay. So he wins here against No Scout, No Pivot, Renata. There's a Tristana.
And he sold out of the Sorks.
Okay, this is a good one now. So
there is the red buff.
Yeah, it just fits like what you're saying.
So roll left, roll
I mean,
right.
this is pretty easy. Yeah, easy right now. You obviously never take left or right.
Oh, well, do we need more mana? Double Shojin. I mean, that's probably still really good.
Oh, I don't think it's. I think I think it's insanely good. I feel like you see mana flow. I mean, I could be wrong. I feel like you see mana flow, you take it. Wait, especially if you have a Silco on bench, you have Shojin.
Yeah. Okay. And then you just go towards 4 Dom Black Rose.
I think so. I think you can't really be skipping mana flow on Silco. That is my thought. I mean, yeah, I'd be surprised if you what else are we taking here? Is Pyromaniac sounds so much worse than that, and this is also super mid, right? So I feel like this is both strong now and later, like in terms of comparatively to the other stuff.
Although we already have a fully itemized tank and backliner, right? So it seems like this is just stronger right now as well as later.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Yeah, when you already have fully itemized both, then usually what helps now also scale later.
Yeah.
Unless you're trying to jump to another triple itemized unit with things like Lucky Gloves with a glove could be something where you get more board strength now by creating 2 more threats on your board. Right? Lucky Gloves, and you have 1 leftover glove. Then you just itemize 2 more units. Okay. And I assume, does he actually not? I feel like now the setup looks so good. Like, yeah, you're triple Bramble, but these other 2 augments make up for the fact that you're triple Bramble. He's 100 HP. Fast 10. Into beats Cookies. Does he actually beat him? He does. Okay. Next game. This is Wasian. Gold sub. Okay. This is the spot. Interesting that he took patient study on gold sub. I guess it was probably a small gold orb, or he still doesn't mind this.
Okay, so this looks like an enforcer angle.
Yeah.
I mean, if he hit a bunch of random Smeeches, I guess it could be a Smeech reroll, but it doesn't really have great items for Smeech, so most likely enforcer. Probably just want. I mean, I guess items could be good since you're kind of missing more melee cruiser items, or just team combat, because we're pretty healthy.
Yeah, I can see items helping spike us, like an item grab bag. I could see. I feel like items are so much better than global combat here. Yeah, especially because you're half items and everything, right? You really want item grab back here, I feel.
And like we talked about before with enforcers, you really don't want the tank items. So, I mean, the belt you could use, tier you could use. The cloak is not great. I guess we already have every forger for the cloak.
In chat, someone's saying emissary is open as well. I feel like you need a lot more items to make emissary playable here. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like that line is very conditional on. He has the econ for it, but does he have? I feel like you need way more items. Otherwise, you're just naked Corky, naked. You're like naked everything. If you're emissary here, assuming you don't get like a good item option here. Enforcer as a whole, yeah, Enforcer as a whole is you have to TP to Vi2 instantly. Otherwise, your board sucks on stage 4. But here, I feel like you can, right? Look at his spot. He's so rich. It's gold sub. An expectation will be, assuming you're playing it from a non-contested spot, you will hit Vi2 like instantly.
And he's pretty strong right now with the Camille.
Yeah,
too.
and he's playing from ahead. So if he doesn't hit it instantly, he'll have some rounds to buffer. He'll also likely get the Kate. It's gold sub, right? So I feel like, assuming you can get the Vi2 instantly, it's not a horrible line, but it's annoying that if you miss Vi2, the jump from 1-star to 2-star Vi as a melee carry that carries your whole board is kind of annoying.
Wait, Enforcer gives you HP. Is it shield or more HP? I forget.
It's shield and damage amp, and then AS. Shield, damage amp, and then eventually AS when you proc the wanted.
So Epitaph kind of just gives you more of what you already have, so it's probably not great. Though it is team combat. Bad luck protection, we don't have very many gloves. Doesn't seem very good. Slammin', we already have econ, and it's an econ portal, so none of these seem great. I'd probably lean towards the left, just as team combat. Out of these three, unless we want to double up on econ and just say like we want to go straight 9.
In my mind, bad luck protection doesn't look that bad, but maybe I'm wrong. Like you just make a Hodge, goes and buy.
That's
can go
true.
and Cleveland eventually. I agree. I don't like Slammin'. It's gold sub. Epitaph is going to be strong later, but I feel like we become so weak if we take this now. Could be wrong about that, but I feel like that is the case. So I feel like out of these three, I don't love middle, but I don't think I guess I kind of hate it as well. They all kind of suck. I agree with you. And given he's circling his mouse like this, I assume that he's just upset. That team, I feel like when he zooms in and out or he does random stuff with his mouse, he's kind of upset at his options.
Yeah,
he's very evocative with his like mouse and zooming gestures.
To your point earlier in the doc you put together, the board, we do need desperate help in some aspect, with the aspect specifically being the components.
Items.
Yeah.
I feel like I would say I'm a little desperate here.
But we do have a Reforger. So like maybe we reforge the cloak first and see if that can kill off either the belt or tier, and if not, then pick up the glove.
The issue I have with that is there are some components here that are quite awful. I guess I'm down, maybe slightly down to Reforged Cloak, because if you hit a rod, then you can make Morello. I'm a little down for that. Yeah, my issue with Reforger and comps that really don't like rods or swords is that you get those and then you're fucked. But I mean, the odds aren't super high for that to happen, I guess. But
if we get another belt, that's not great either.
I feel like I'm desperate to make sure I'm on 2 items. I feel like being on 1 item unit here is so hard. Your stage 3 is so hard. But 2 item, I feel like I don't feel as bad anymore. And then you complete your 3rd item off of 3-5, yeah.
Yeah, so if we reforge Cloak and have a slammable item with the tier belt, then maybe we lean more towards Epitaph. Otherwise, go towards...
I see what you're saying. I think I like that, actually. You reforge Cloak. If you get a slammable item, then you don't have to take bad luck protection. I think I like the logic better. I think I wouldn't have done that, but I think I like that.
Although if the Cloak reforges into something that kills belt, then bad luck protection lets us slam 2 items, which might be enough to help us.
Yeah, 2 items is also kind of nice. Yeah. It's also some form of global combat, right? AD. Your whole board is mostly AD, except for TF.
Yeah.
If you're playing Emissary. So it's nice in that sense. I think I'm leaning bad luck still. Let's see, though. Let's see what he does. Any different thoughts?
Is it ever Smeech reroll here? Like, feels pretty... I mean, with the patient study, okay, this is just bad luck protection.
I think so. I think the issue with Bright is I feel like you're not strong now, and then your only combat is 5 ambusher, which is not a bad combat.
And we have no powders.
I think I just middle here. Unless if I super contested, then I can see right as a way to opt out of the contest. That's like the one thing I could say. It allows you to roll middle, I guess, which can give you item grab bag, right? If you're by the logic of like, if you think this is only marginally worse than this, then you can roll this to fish for item grab bag, which is better than everything here. Although, as I say that out loud, maybe this is actually not even that bad because it's both item out and global combat. I think I would take this. Wow, this guy's so good. Damn. You keep items on Camille here though, I think, for this round. QSS. I would have thought Hodge, but I guess. Oh, okay. Actually, it's better. You kill the cloak and you keep tier open for Hodge or Caitlyn. Okay, I like this a lot better. I don't even know why I'm QSS question mark given Hodge is okay. I should have thought. I don't know why I was thinking Hodge first. Wait, this is so clear that it's QSS. QSS is so good on Vi. He already has healing. I don't know why I thought Hodge first, but yeah, he just makes redemption as well. Yeah. See, now he's strong as hell. He made 2 items.
Do you agree with that redemption slam? Like last time we talked about enforcers, like just other than utility, don't slam tank items. Although I guess
feel like he needed it to win this round. He did. I'm pretty sure this is close to. He did, or like it looks like he might need it. Right? Maybe. I assume he just wants to win this whole stage.
I see.
Which he likely will now, right?
Okay, yeah.
He
and
lost
the redemption helps Vi as well later.
Yeah, it's like not a true tank item. Like, these are still utility items. Goes for Titans here, maybe the best item.
Oh, he lost that last round.
Yeah, he lost one round. He gets a Titans and then IE for Caitlyn if he wants it. Probably don't have to make it, but okay. What you really are. Oh, yeah, anomalies. I actually rarely know. Wow, he didn't even play. He did play Emissary AD. Wait, Wigbug was right from chat. He played Emissary AD, 4 form swapper. I wonder how he ended up here versus You mind if we watch through this because I'm curious as to how he ended up here.
Yeah.
Versus Enforcer. He's 6 Enforcer right now. I assume he instantly hit Garen too. Is my best guess. Flurry of Blows is also very. Oh, it's because it's actually
really
insane. Because he's bad luck protection. Yeah, it's actually insane.
But is that what caused him to move towards Emissary? Or
he's actually flexing both lines. Oh, okay, there. He's flexing both lines. Hits the Jace, hits the Garen. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. And then here, now you're like very likely just you stick with this. You need to find out. Oh, he already has Ambessa as well. Yeah, it makes it easy to do. Okay. When is bad luck protection good? I never take because I don't understand. It's nice in that it gets you to complete an item sooner. Items are always good early, and then it's also like it just depends on your board needs, right? If you're playing a board that's mostly AD, it gives you a lot of AD. It also turns other augments into insane augments. It turns Mace's Will into being a really good augment. It turns Flurry of Blows into being a really good augment. Bad luck protection gives you a glove, which he desperately needed at that point to make items. Like look at how it transformed his spot on 3-2. Just to like further reiterate this, yeah. His current board is 1 item Camille, 1 item Rennie, and nothing you can really are happy. You're happy with slamming. But now all of a sudden he can just slam everything. And instead of being, I think if you could not slam anything, you take Epitaph here, 89 HP, you probably come out of stage 3 significantly bruised. You probably come out of stage 3 with like 55, is my guess. Like 60 to 55 to 60 HP. Instead, he completes 2 items here, and he comes out probably like high 70s, is my guess. I mean, I don't have to guess. I saw it. He comes out 80, but I would have guessed high 70s. Yeah. Okay. Next Dishsoap game.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't go on this?
Yeah.
Okay. Last augment prismatic.
We're trying to jump to 3-1.
Yeah, sorry. Zoning out for a second, just watching the game normally. Blue buffs. Yeah. He also has a Vi on 5. What is this, man? These are the guys that beat me. And I see them always Vi on 5.
By
Oh, not here.
default, I would have assumed this was an academy game, but I guess he's just gonna play towards Enforcer.
Yeah, you just assume you get the Caitlyn somehow, which is odd. But I guess because he has the Vi, he knows. I think I remember seeing parts of this game, and I remember thinking that item slams here were very challenging to think of.
So at least for now, is it just Spark and Steadfast? Just because if we're playing Enforcer, we gotta preserve HP and play with like get gold. So we need to slam all our items now. Which probably also means that the next augment we need something that makes us hopefully strong now.
Spark Steadfast. I feel like Spark Steadfast on Vi doesn't sound that appealing to me. I'd rather just go JG EF.
Oh right, like we were talking about. I keep on forgetting for Enforcers we don't want the tank items.
And you just get to scale your 3 item unit here, but
yeah,
I don't know. I thought this was quite
QSS, JG. Yeah, I guess JG. You want the 3 items.
I
The
don't
cloak
know.
is so
Actually,
weird.
Crown Guard, QSS,
ET.
Spark, no no slam. Let's see what we fight first. I'm really praying I can just no slam here, but that way my augment can save me. Oh, you can no slam. You can no slam. I think. Can you? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of close.
And he just slammed a vow.
JG. Components. I like. You just slam components. I was thinking get away with that as well. You just rod this guy. Yeah, this guy's all 1-star. We're all one. We have a Vi. Sure. Yeah, I like this a lot. Would you have just slam stuff here?
Maybe. But he won by a lot.
I think this is a really good play. I don't think it's like that hard to see that you can get away with this, but I feel like you really want to do this.
Yeah.
That way you open yourself up to like item grab bag, saving your item spot. Otherwise, you make this JG. Now you're fucking JG and Enforcer. Like, yeah, you won the round. Like, what do you do? You're JG. He also gets an item on the next thing. On the next level, yeah.
Right.
Completed item. Okay. What else about the spot are we saying here?
Given that we're 2 streak, we want to try preserve streak. We want gold. Yeah.
We're kind of poor, yeah.
Especially if we're trying to play towards Caitlyn. We need gold.
Yeah. He holds all the pairs, breaks econ, but I mean I think it's fine. I think it's correct.
So going back to what we talked about earlier, Dumbify if we had Archangel or Rageblade would make sense.
Oh, not in this spot. I think you're too poor to take this. It's like you need econ and that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We're not missing any.
Go ahead.
Oh, I don't think we're missing any 1 cost, are we? We have the 2-star. Do we have a 2-star? We have a 2-star
Maddie,
step
2-star
and
step.
2-star. Okay.
Yeah. So probably not right.
Okay, so then health is wealth makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good blend of it's like bad luck protection in some ways, where it's like a blend of 2 things, right? It's like gives you some gold eventually and gives you some global combat that is helpful for your team. Helps keep your Caitlyn a little topped up and helps your Vi and Mbessa. Yeah. Climb the ladder is not awful in Enforcer, but
it makes more sense if you had +1. But yeah, either way you need the gold.
Yeah, you need the gold. 8 gold is not nothing. So he just levels here, I assume, uses his item. We can see how his item situation works out, but you could probably like QSS plus healing component here.
Vi item, so Titans.
The thing is, Titan's QSS is so like at the moment doesn't even feel like 2 items because doesn't it just die? No pit fighter. I feel like Edge of Night would be the best.
We have
here.
healing with the augment.
Oh, we do. Yeah. Okay, I guess it's Titans. Okay, Titans QSS. Because I feel like if I had no healing, I would like Edge of Night QSS best to make it actually feel like 2 items. But what does he take here? He takes Titans. Yeah. And does he make QSS? He doesn't because he feels like he doesn't have to. I see. Cool. Okay. Next game. We can see how this finishes, but
yeah. And per our previous discussion on Enforcers, like Edge of Night is significantly worse than Titans on Vi, right?
Intuitively, yes, but stats actually like Edge of Night. I think the reason is Edge of Night actually allows Vi to often randomly get to backline because she'll drop aggro, the units will walk up, and she just kills the backline. It's like Kassadin with Edge of Night from the previous patch, or with Zonia's from set 11. Sorry, set 12.
Okay.
Do I still have access to augment stats and anomaly stats? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. You mean tactics.tools, right? I have that. Yeah. Right here. See? Advanced Explorer Patreon. Okay. Next game.
Yep.
Moving on. Changing subject. This one looks obvious as hell. Let's just skip this game. This is actually that's not even true. Urgot is still interesting. Yeah, Unleash the Beast Urgot. It's just interesting to see what his 3-2 is. Portal.
The Urgot got nerfed even more, right? So probably not as
Yeah,
valuable.
I just still like to practice like our fundamentals
Yeah.
of like what to take on 3-2. Okay. This is the board state. 5 loss. Unleash the Beast. Urgot 2 naturally.
What was the portal?
Powder, I think.
Oh, okay.
Fuck. Did I zone out? I think it was powder. Did I just? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thoughts on line selection and powder portal? Oh, I feel like it's so probabilistic. I thought through it in the past. I forget now what my conclusions were. I feel like I ended up not really changing my game plan that much. Maybe I should hone it in a little more, but yeah, I kind of forget my conclusions now, meaning they weren't that conclusive. Yeah. Thoughts here?
Can you go back to our current board spot?
Last Whisper, Vow, Belt, Chain. Or got
Okay, and we're 5 loss.
50. I think we win this round.
Oh,
We're now 1 win. Do we win? I assume we win. Yeah, we win. 1 win.
okay, and we're half another Sterex. I just want combat or gold. Maybe gold.
Yeah. It's hard to get gold. It's almost impossible to get gold here, right? It would be a
right.
prismatic ticket or invested. Yeah. Which I feel like aren't that great. I feel like we're not that poor given we don't really have to roll right now because we're already Urgot 2. Like you want to get experiment in, so that is something you will want to roll for, but we're not that weak. Such that like you can kind of chill for a bit.
Okay, so not right, not middle, not left. Roll right.
Middle is probably most takeable out of these 3, but probably not. Like you just don't play Bruiser on level 6. You play for Artillerist, but I don't think it's good.
Okay, roll right, left.
Yeah.
Radiant could be good. Oh, bronze. There's some bronze for life. You like, right, with Urgot?
There's a lot of bronze for life. Bronze for life is one of the best augments for Urgot. Yeah, he gets so many. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you recognized it. It's not some though. It's a fuck ton.
Okay.
His regular board already procs Straight Tracker. and you just add a Swain, you get 2 more traits. It's so easy to add more bronze things.
Yeah.
This is also pretty good, but this is the best I think. And so now with this 2 augments, you already know he's playing for a win, right? A guy, someone that can pilot this line. I don't think he even plays Urgot that much, but a player as good as Setsuko, this is already like, assuming you don't whiff on Urgot here, you're playing for a win, and you can probably skip ahead here and You already know. Like, yeah, he won the game. One component off of triple Sterax. Last augment was mentorship, which is also insane. More HP. Okay. Game. Rerolls are a bit better, I feel like, there. You mean on 3-2 as opposed to combat, Monique? I think I don't know if that's how your name's pronounced, but I think
I'll be
it's
right
just
back.
hard to get. Oh, for powder. I see. He's talking about Portal. Yeah. Because you save more HP, you guarantee you're not fucked by the you guarantee you're not fucked by -10 as much as other comps that are going fast 8, like a scrap, and you also get insane boost from Radiant. Actually, wait. I think rerolls are a lot better, as he's saying, because you get more items to itemize all your naked 3-stars, which you might have. You get Radiant item for your Giga unit, and you get to save HP. You get to save HP, so you mitigate the -10. Yeah. Reroll and powder is better. I agree with that logic. Scuttle Puddle. Tower defense. Interesting. Are you down to see what he options he had to take this? Hello?
Okay, back in.
Oh, all right. Sorry, I missed the fact that you had said that for a sec.
nice.
Are you down? It looks like he has artillerist tower defense. Are you down to look at his 2-1 just to see why he took this?
Sure.
This is interesting to me. I almost never take tower defense. Scuttle Puddle. This again goes to the thing. I think I don't do this enough. A lot of these top players, when they in the face of like really bad options, they will take the gamble option or like direction. You can call it gamble, call it like direction. I try to avoid, like, I think more so than I should, a lot of these like hard commit, which is probably like less gambly, tower defense, magic roll, things like I tend to avoid these, and I have such a low win rate compared to these top players. Maybe that's a factor in it. Probably there are other factors, but like here, like Wasian is down to take tower defense, likely because his other options are just complete garbage, I assume. Whereas when I have garbage options, I pick like the least garbage one and still avoid the gambly ones. But I mean, this fits the bill, right? These are all trash, unless you're trying to play Renata here, which I don't know if he's able to given the lobby. Insta roll, Noctian Guillotine. Someone calls Trist, so Sentinels are fucked. He has no Singe, no Renata. He has Vex and Morgana, but yeah, he sees this guy contesting a Singed. He sees another player holding Sentinels. He sees that player holding Renata, so you can't really play Renata here, right? With no Starry Night, no Renata. So he has to roll left. Right is like, you can't take right in a lobby of this caliber on 2-1. I mean, unless you have a really good game plan, you kind of can't. Okay, I see why he took tower defense now. Would you take it here?
Either that or high voltage.
We have a 2-star from him.
Shojin Morello is pretty good slam.
The issue is your spark unit dies. Oh no, he has this. He has
Mumu
this.
too.
He has an Mumu too.
With
Vlad
and no Swork. I guess when he scouted the lobby, it was like all AP. But I mean, his items lean AP. He just doesn't want to contest because everyone's Visionary or Swork.
I feel like if you take high voltage but you don't 5-streak, it doesn't feel that great. And given his item slams, I feel like you have to make Shojin here if you're slamming Spark, which means there's a chance you lose one of your first 3 rounds. I feel like his board is not that amazing. It's like it has 1 upgrade, and then it doesn't even really go with Vex. Like Vex, if it was like Zyra pair, I'm a little more down, I think, to go into high voltage. I think. But because it's Vex pair and the Mumu, it's like a weird board that's not really that. I assume that's why. I'm trying to rationalize why he wouldn't take high voltage here and why he would just gamble.
Mm-hmm.
Plus trade and scuttle let you play for higher cap. Because you get spats. That's also a consideration. That's a good point, right? Like plus ones on scuttle have a little higher cap than on non-scuttle because you can get drops. You can drop spats. You can also push levels to fit in more units to abuse your plus ones. So here he gets artillerist, and then what is he even? I'd be kind of confused here. Are you trying to play towards scrap or what? You can ignore it. But your items are so not scrappy. Oh, it's probably academy then, I guess, right? Like sentinel artillerist. Oops, I didn't see what he took. But yeah, it's likely to sentinel artillerist. Yeah. What do you think about the spot? Thoughts on the current spot? 3-1.
Item wise, it's like not bad. We're middle of the pack. I think at least based off of the stage 1 scouting, it seemed like most of the lobby was leaning AP, which hopefully means that Corki is less contested. But we probably want to have more gold to get to level 8. Hopefully hit Jace, Corki too. So like some gold would be good here. It seems like we have a lot of items, and especially since we're playing Academy, we'll have enough items. So gold seems like ideal or team combat, but I'd probably
really
prioritize gold over team
really?
combat.
Aren't we rich already? Level 650 is 3-1.
Oh,
3
right.
3.
Yeah,
also,
we're also on the what portal is it?
I think it's Scuttle Puddle.
Oh, okay.
I think it's Scuttle.
Okay, so
I
then
think we're out.
combat.
I think you go team combat. Also, I think you're missing. The items are not for me. The items are not okay. These items are insanely good. I.e. Last Whisper for free.
Yeah.
You could even make Jam a Vow. I feel like these items are super good. I don't know what the Academy items are, but yeah. I feel like you're slightly understating his item situation here. 4 losses is also kind of nice. Like you're probably going to take like small losses given you have good DPS. We have to see the Academy items, I think, is the issue.
I mean, even if you don't, I feel like it's just Academy Crown.
Yeah, I'm giving these options. Yeah, giving these options. Okay, oh, he shows it here. Spark, DB.
Oh man, yeah, definitely Academy.
He found artillerist. Okay. Roll left, roll. Oh, I mean that is a good consideration here, right? You hit artillerist, you win the game, or like you can win the game more easily, right? So like every roll is super good. Yeah, like even like this goes into our criteria 1 of our doc, right? In first priority, you find the broken stuff. You have +1. So even though you may, I don't know if you would consider. We've kind of spoiled ourselves here, sadly, but because I jumped ahead for a second. But yeah,
the odds are so slim, though, right? Like it's okay. So this goes back to what we talked about before, where
this is pretty good. If this is bad, then I'm down. If this is bad, and Academy, I'm down to take Academy. But this is like I have Last Whisper. It's not this. So it's like good and good. Yeah, good and good.
Okay.
I don't think this is broken.
Bulky Buddies just seems like it's like everyone sees it as S tier. I haven't taken Bulky Buddies in a while.
Oh, it depends on your units, right? Like I would say if you're playing what are some examples? If you're playing Swain Elise frontline, it's kind of mid. Right? If you're playing like 6 Sorcerer, Swain Elise, it's mid. If you're playing Garen, it's good. 330 HP is good on Garen. If you're playing, it's half a Warmogs, right? If you and the max 8 health shield as well. If you're playing Sentinels, it's good, right? Because you get a bunch of HP and it gives them a shield, so a bunch of EHP. if you have a +1 unit like a dummy, it's also even better, right? If you have a ZZ Rod, it's even better.
Slide.
You have a ZZ Rod augment, it's insane. Stuff like that.
Mhm.
And he has a dummy and he has sentinels, so it's like 2 out of 3. So I feel like it's good enough.
So
Can't you not use Garen? You have Garen emissary buff. You lose it in 1 unit, but it's still so good that it's still so good on Garen that you don't really mind that much. You still also can use it, by the way, if you have a Scion on your board because of the way Scion with Bulky Buddy works.
if Academy Crown was not rerollable, would I don't like, I guess Bulky Buddies is more team combat than Academy Crown.
Oh, I think Academy Crown gives you a spark, right? On 5 Academy. It's a DB, which is not even that good in Artillerist. DB, Steadfast, Spark. I forget in what order, but I feel like the
Steadfast,
items aren't
DB,
that
Spark.
amazing. Yeah, I feel like the items are kind of mid.
Mhm.
Such that Bulky Buddies is just better. Period.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you assume they're the same, I still think you roll just because
Right.
that means that you have, like, let's say this is 4.0, 4.0, then just roll. That way you can find some odds of finding the 1.0, right? Which he finds here. Yeah, and I assume now you're easily playing for 6 artillerist, like you're playing for first with combat. He went 5th. What happened?
Whiffed on Corky too.
That'd be my guess as well. He's Corky 1. Corky 1. He dies on Corky 1, dude. Oh god. Well, no wonder this guy didn't make final lobby. 6 artillerist doesn't feel that good without 3 stars. I don't think that's true. Is that true? That feels pretty good to me, dude. This feels pretty good. 3.0, 24% win rate. No 3 stars. That's good. Dishsoap game?
Yep.
Are you doing good?
Yeah.
Just to keep going. All right. Exclude 6 scrap for trade tracker spots. I'm actually kind of down to do that. I want to know for sure if this thing is good. I'm kind of down to briefly look at that. Yep, still good. No 6, no 9. Last augment prismatic.
What was the portal?
Last augment prismatic.
Oh, okay. Okay. This seems like a pretty good spot for Quick Striker Sentinel reroll.
Yeah, here's the premium augment option for it. Already has a TF. Components look good.
Bully Slam Spark.
Spark bow. I think so. I feel like when I make Sunfire Spark, my frontline feels like ass, but I assume you just make it here.
Yeah, eventually you'll get the 3 stars unless the Sentinels are contested, but even then, like, the augment should be enough.
Yeah, I assume you make these. Yeah, he just makes it. I mean, you can't really sit on these.
So item augment probably makes sense, just since you're hoping you can get like multiple 3 stars.
Yeah, I would take grab bag for sure here. Like your half component, right? What item augments though do you mean? Could you take lucky gloves here?
Yeah. Ideally, you can hit both
Akali
Nocturne and Akali 3.
Yeah, you probably do take Loki gloves. Yeah, I would probably look to see if the people below me want a glove, because I feel like if you take Lucky gloves but you don't get the next glove, I feel like you're just down a prismatic. I would only take Lucky gloves if I knew for a fact that me first or eighth Setsuko and 1v9 Peter wouldn't take glove. The moment I see anyone taking glove, I'm not gonna click Lucky gloves.
Yeah. Portable forge, big grab bag.
Would we take Forge
Else?
here?
You could get a nocturne item, right?
Oh, Nocturne item here is so sketch in my mind. How are you?
Oh yeah.
I feel like it's so sketch.
The
You don't even
items
have
are too
a
split.
yeah. And your Spark Sunfire. I feel like a Nocturne item here, you throw
Oh.
the game. I could be, maybe he sits here and clicks fish bones and makes me look like an idiot. But
What are
I feel
good
like you can.
TF? Are there good TF?
Probably, I
artifacts?
would guess like Manazane Zonias are probably okay. I haven't looked at TF stuff in a while.
Sample size is so small.
Oh, snipers is insane on this guy. Interesting. Fish bones? Wait. Oh, sorry. This is split. This is split. Okay, there we go. Never mind. Yeah. Okay. On TF, it's DFG, Zonia's, Manazane. Oh, Trickster's is too small sample size. Yeah. DFG, Zonia, Manazane.
Okay.
Wits End, Lich Bane. I don't think so. Wits End it's so mid on anything not Kog'Maw. Lich Bane doesn't cast enough for Lich Bane. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Artifact is that good here. I feel like it's just Grab Bag actually. We're trying to think what else. Grab Bag and Lucky Gloves with knowing no in his glove. What was that?
Buried treasures.
Oh, I think I would like that here. I think it makes you quite weak stage 3, but I think that would be good.
That's like
you get to itemize all your
very
all
high
your
cap.
Yeah, I think you do want that. Otherwise, like all your 3-stars are just naked.
Yeah.
I went 8th with a too much value TF game in tourney, and I think I had at least one naked 3-star, and I didn't hit TF. I died stage 4.
May I have these probably mentorship for team combat? Well, that doesn't really help your Loris and TF, which are going to be your main carries.
It would once you have Ambessa, but it's hard to even position for it. You have to like put your TF in 3rd row. Because then your Loris is for you do it like Loris A2, Ambessa B1, TF C1, but it's kind of weird.
I mean, roll middle for sure. Is it still bugged, by the way?
It is. It is on 3.2. Only 3.2. They're fixing it next patch, I think, to be. They're making it 1 every 3. I think just reverting it.
Reverting it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you would roll left over right.
I'm not sure because HP is better, but you do play a lot of frontline units here. But you are already Sentinel. But the thing is, you're stuck on 3 Sentinel for a bit. You're also gonna hit 3-star units. I feel like I like lineup more, but then mentorship, just because very few of your units, or I guess everything except TF Loris get mentorship. But I feel like those are your most important units. I don't know. I feel like I like lineup more, but I feel like they're not that far off. I feel like I would roll middle and then you roll one of left or right. And I'm not sure, honestly, what's better in my mind. What about now?
Probably not. Well, I guess team. We already have enough gold value, so now we have to decide whether mentorship's better or lineup's better.
Oh, really?
You like team
I feel like
building?
I feel like I would roll left, right, take team building. I would roll here, hit the TF. I forget how many rolls you had. I'd roll here, hit the TF, and you're good.
Oh, just to be strong now.
I feel like it basically represents combat, right? Like what do we think is stronger right now? Is it Is it? I feel like with a silver augment, I feel like a silver augment doesn't really spike my cap that hard. Like I'm not gonna. At least maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way, but I feel like at the end of the day, am I gonna be like super happy that I took one global combat silver augment, or am I gonna be happy that I saved 30 HP with team building? I feel like it's gonna be 30 HP from team building.
We have one TF, right?
Yeah, and I assume we have rolls. It must be team building.
Usually you roll on 7 though, right? For TF. Are you waiting until 3-5 or are you gonna roll a bit at 6?
Look at the board state here. You can definitely roll here because we're not rolling for TF, right? We're rolling for we have 12 rolls. Yeah. You're rolling for Leona, Rel, Akali, Nocturne because they're all 1-starred. Right. If you're planning to sack until 4-1 here, I feel like you're sort of not truly leveraging, like you're not thinking through the tempo of this board. This board wants to be pretty strong stage 3, and if you sack this whole stage, you're gonna play the whole game like super low in HP.
I feel like by default I would wait until 3-5 to just roll on 7, but
I feel like that's so hard to do here because look at it, like you're gonna sit on this board. I feel like you sit on this board in a competent lobby, you're dead. By like what do you think his expected HP is by 3-7? If he sits, it doesn't roll once with this. Or
I'm saying we can level the 7 and roll like pretty deep on 3-5. So then it's how much?
Oh, you level 7 on 3-5. But the early, I feel like you lose so much gold by doing that. You lose so much gold and you lose 2 lives anyway. Like I would rather just slight roll 3-2, and then you save 4 gold from the interval. You roll 3-4-1. But I could be wrong. Maybe he goes 3-5 here. I would be surprised though, especially because he won the last round. Yeah. If it is like a full loss into 3-5, then I'm a little more down. But because he won, he doesn't have any pairs. But I'm still down to just start fishing for 2 stars here, I think.
Another reason I would do 3-5 is that you could play, if you're able to hit your upgrades, you could play 6 2 costs and recover some of the gold.
Can you really? So you play TF and then 6 2 costs? I feel like you can't. I feel like that board is too bad. You just play like 2 Watcher, 2 Sentinel, Tristana, Akali, Nocturne.
Something like that. I mean, if they're all upgraded. I mean, you might have to roll to like what? You'd probably be at like less than 20 gold.
If you around to roll 3-2 to hit 2 stars?
If you wait until 3-5.
If you wait until 3-5. I feel like that costs so much econ. Yeah, I don't think you can play 6. I don't think you can play 6 2 costs. Yeah, I feel like your board gets too weak, even if you upgrade it, is my thought. I don't know. The way I've seen, like, yes, you are playing TF and Loris, but you're also playing a bunch of 2 costs. I don't even mind rolling on 6 here. You 3-star Rel. I don't think you have to hit 3-star Loris in this comp. I mean, it's nice, but hitting 3-star Rel it's like it's nearly like. I mean, I don't know if it's nearly as good, but it's quite good. And the advantage is you save so much HP, right? Such that it now makes team building better. But I mean, let's see. I mean, yeah, all this yapping, we still haven't seen what he does. But
okay, so roll left, roll.
We rolled middle first, and then I'm arguing team building into roll now. Then you can maybe use the dupe, one of the dupes now. What do you like out of these 3 again? You're saying you like one of these 2, 1 or 3?
I would pick 1 over 3, but
1 over 3. Gotcha. So then roll 3. I think he's gonna roll it.
Probably not great. You have so much fun line.
Last cannon. Yeah. It's only units in the back row, right? You could backline all your quick strikers if you wanted to. I don't think it's that good here, but you could. So you take 1 here.
I would probably take it. Because like team building is worth, like on your TF, worth like what, 15 gold? If you're using it early. Or I guess it's worth Like, okay, so 2 of them is worth like 30 to 40 gold.
I think the first one is worth more than that. Assuming you plan to roll on 6 here, and you are willing to use a dupe on TF. A TF on level 6 is like 20 gold, right? I think. Like a 3 cost copy on level 6 is probably like closer to 20 gold because of the odds. And then the second dupe is about 15. Probably even more because you're going to use it for the last TF, right? The last TF is probably worth like 25 gold. And then that's like 40 gold at that point. And it's also a lot of HP.
Okay, yeah, I can buy that.
So I feel like I mean, and I feel like mentorship is like, it's not even that good right now. It's just okay right now. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe he clicks this. But I feel like this is also hard to even use. As we were saying in this comp, it's hard to use, right? You have to get Ambessa, then you position really weirdly. But... Ha! All that for him to take it. I mean, show for show. I can definitely be wrong, right? You can't just trust everything I say here. Or maybe he's wrong and I'm right. No, but I mean, in general, as I said, we always assume that he's right. I mean, we're watching players that are better than both of us, so you assume that these guys are right. The other thing is if you hit Ilawi, I was forgetting, if you hit Ilawi, you're able to itemize. You're able to mentorship your front line without positioning weirdly, right?
Right.
But now he's second row TF. I guess he's just fine with this. He rolled. Did he roll? He rolled, right?
Oh, he rolled a bunch.
Yeah, he rolled. He rolled. He rolled. He actually picked up some other stuff, interestingly enough. Like the step 2.
Yeah, because the other thing is if he did pick whatchamacallit, the duplicator, I mean, he didn't hit the TF. He could have rolled to 10 and still missed, and then you're really fucked. Whereas like this at least gives you some downside protection.
Are you? I feel like you'd hit everything except the TF, and I feel like I'd be. You'd sit in one dupe and your 2-star rel, 2-star everything except TF. I guess you are weaker in that sense that you don't have mentorship. But I see what you're saying, in that you're not so desperate to find the TF. Whereas if you take team building, you're kind of desperate to find TF.
So in that sense, you're kind of saving some gold relative to team building.
You're saving some gold, bro.
In that you don't have to roll so deep.
The thing is, you're expected, right? The thing is, like, he low rolled. I think that is only if you believe you're gonna not find the TF. But I mean, 20 gold is enough to find. He actually only used 5 rolls, right? He only used 5.
Yeah, something like that.
In 5 rolls, you're not expected to find TF. 5 rolls is 10 gold on level 6 odds. So yeah, I think you are forced to use a lot of rolls here if you're team building, or like you're heavily incentivized to, and here he didn't. Yeah. Cool. I'm curious to see how the game plays out. Maybe I'm just too scared to play this comp now and miss. That's why I want team building, because I played it in Scuttle and missed with too much value. But he looks like he hit here on when? He hit on like 5-1-ish or maybe 4-6 after taking. You can roll here, right? You just roll to hit till you hit, or stage 5. It's like he waited till stage 5. He took Chariot Energy. I mean, the setup looks so good now. Mentorship, it looks even better, right? He took a immovable object.
This should be like a top 2 then, right?
Assuming he doesn't miss 42 HP, I would expect top 3 at least. Yeah, top 2 I can definitely see, even win maybe. Oh, Chariot Energy is so busted that he's not even rel 3. He's Chariot Energy and he's just clearing everyone.
And he has really good TF items.
And he has Blood Hunter.
Huh?
Does he? I'm just curious if he wins. Looks like he is winning. Yeah.
Mentorship also definitely has the higher cap, but yeah.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Especially when combined with the movable object. Mentorship value is insane. Yeah, it is insane. It is insane. Okay. You still good?
Yeah, why don't we do like 2 more?
Do it. Setsuko. First augment prismatic. Okay. He ended up taking going long. I don't know if I've seen this game. I feel like I have not. Looks like he's playing Twitch. This guy plays Twitch in tournament? Bunch of forecasts because he's going long. Level 7-0. Mundo. Cloak, glove. Zeri item holder. He's lost his streak though on 2-5. Thoughts on the spot? I feel like it's harder to evaluate how rich or poor you are with going long because I'm not so used to looking at the board state with this augment. But
definitely healthy. Oh no, so hard to evaluate. He wants.
In general, we just say that he's not going to be poor for most of the game, right? Like if he just manages leveling, he's going to be ahead, and because he took a prismatic econ effectively, so then he's healthy. So I guess What else? So it's either items here or global combat, right?
Yeah. Which most likely he gets to 9 this game, so like team combat gets more value. But
yeah,
with the assumption that you can add more units and get 5 costs.
Yes.
So like ideally you can play for that cap, although from an itemization standpoint, I mean I guess the cloak can become even shroud and the glove can be like IE, but the double cloak is kind of awkward. So if you got something like big grab bag, that seemed pretty solid as well.
You could also just slam Declaw, right, depending on the lobby.
Oh yeah.
I feel like if you slam Declaw, then your item situations, you're not that far behind in items, such that you're not desperate for items. I don't think Declaw is that good, but I mean, if the lobby is very AP heavy, it's not bad.
Oh,
and then you still have
my wife just brought my kids back. I want to just let them know.
No worries. No worries.
Oh, hey,
forward thinking here. Oh, that'd be insane. Forward thinking.
Okay, I'll be done in a sec.
Forward thinking would be insane.
Yeah, restart mission. Marcel.
Dumbify.
Okay, I'll be out in like I might need a wrap up after this game or so.
Okay, no worries.
All right, I'll be out in a sec. Okay.
The stream is pretty quiet, like the like me or learning TFT's audio. Hard to hear him. Oh, okay. Let me try to increase his volume. We're almost done though. I don't know if I can increase his volume. So he's stepping out for 1 second, and then we'll continue and finish the session.
Okay.
I'll tell him to increase his audio though. But yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Oh, would you mind increasing your audio a tiny bit, if you can?
Let's see. Do I even
Actually, don't. I think I can do it as well on my end. That's fine. Can you say something?
Yep. Test. 1, 2, 3.
That should be louder now. Okay.
Test. Cool. Is that better?
I assume it is. Okay. Better.
Okay.
Much better too. Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's continue. You're saying he makes a declaw. Okay, I feel good about that. In that, it makes the item situation not so desperate now, right? Now he's just like he got on carousel. He completes his next item.
Okay, yeah, and I forgot he had scrap. Okay.
Yeah, he can even scrap. So now you can now afford to take
team combat
non-item. Yeah, you can take global combat. You can take one. I think he did really well in EU tournaments this set. Monique was saying you can take I don't know if it's just this set. Maybe he's just really good in general. It's to take forward thinking here would be really good because you don't lose any gold. You just get a fuck ton of gold on 4-2 for free with forward thinking.
Okay. I mean, I have these trait tracker. We're already. Although, what do we have slammed? We have Rage Blade and tank items.
Rage Blade, Declaw, Sunfire, Glove.
I mean, I'd probably roll middle right. So we're already like half I mean, we only need 2 more traits for Trait Tracker anyway, and we can maybe make some makeshift thing that's not scrap.
I like that you're thinking. I think this is easily the best, and I think if you think of this as only scrap, then you wouldn't have that mindset. But I like that you're just like thinking of it just like logically. Like you just look, you already have 6 traits. You hit level 8 whenever you want. You can probably put it in on level 7 if you find some units. So
Yeah.
I think it's easily the best. I think you just take this for sure. Like you just cook whatever you find.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he does it on this stage. Yeah, yeah. I mean, 3-2 Trade Tracker is absolutely bonkers, right? Now you have 1 million. Wait, where is it?
No, he
Did he
didn't
not
cash
block it?
it. He needs to get to 8.
Wait, he has 7.
It's 8 to unlock.
Oh, my bad. Oops. Yeah, I was thinking of last set.
If it wasn't Trait Tracker, it'd probably be, what was it? Bad Luck Protection, probably.
I
forget what the last option was.
The thing I don't like about bad luck protection in this line is
Twitch wants crit.
it's just Twitch taking it. Like eventually, I guess you have Caitlyn as well and Vi. I guess it's not that bad. I think it's fine. It's not so much a Twitch wants crit. It's more so that I feel like you don't have as many units doing AD damage as like in the AD emissary line.
Mm-hmm.
Or an enforcer line. Am I skipping around his other what are his other options again? Let's see. It was where's this? Yeah, definitely not the right 2. Yeah, it'd probably be bad luck protection if not Trade Tracker. I'm curious how this game works out. He's playing. What did he drop? These are weird. Watcher, Firelight, Visionary, Pit Fighter, another Visionary. Oh, he has Pandora. He has Pandora's. Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay. So just find a bunch of experiment.
Why does he have Visionary on the board? This is so hard. Man, I am not down to play this Pain tournament, but maybe that's why I'm not as good as this guy. God damn. This is so hard. I like making games simple in tournament, and this does not make it simple.
Okay, he's just committing to the Watcher front line.
His Garen pair, right? Yeah, I guess that's why. And Firelight with Echo. 4 Firelight. You said you're done after this game. You said, right? Because if we're not done after this game, then I'm down to just jump to the next one to save time. But if you are, then
yeah, let's jump. Let's do a quick jump to the next one.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll
For people that are wanting to see how this game works out, it's on Setsuko's VODs. Just look at it. Day 3, 2 days ago. Let's do Wasian. Portal is a lot of Scuttle games. Scuttle. Three one. RFC. Does this mean he is a Nocturne? I assume so.
Yeah.
He's just item holding Tristana, unless he's willing to play Tristana with this. Probably not. So thoughts on the spot?
Seems like a pretty shit spot given that he doesn't have any Nocturnes. I guess it'd be Even Shroud, like Crown Guard, Open Cloak.
Oh, I feel like I look at this spot, it doesn't look that awful to me. But I mean, maybe
he's healthy.
Because he's healthy and because the direction is so easy. The items are good. I feel like this doesn't look that bad to me.
I would probably lean towards like some type of gold to just because we're so far behind on hitting.
It is Scuttle Puddle, right?
Oh,
So like
right.
we'll get gold on 3-7. I feel like I don't even mind dipping to like 20 gold here. You just win the entire stage 3, you get all your gold back, and then you hit on like mid stage 4.
Okay. So then items or team combat?
I don't think it can be items either, right? We have to recognize that there's so many items right now. Like this game is very heavy on items. This game is I have triple item backline and frontline instantly. The game just started, and it's 3-1. We already have triple everything. He already also +1 item from artifact. I feel like you really want either a really good like rolling augment like Starry Night you probably are willing to take here and you instantly teleport to 3-star Nocturne, or which is gold effectively, but I feel like it's only a premium gold option in my mind. I don't know if I'd be willing to take Raining Gold Plus or like Bulky Buddies. Things like that.
Okay.
That's what I'd be thinking. Even Shard Crown Guard is an option. Yeah, Crown Guard. Killed 0. Dude, I feel like I'm willing to just roll fairly deep here. Although, he's item holding a Nocturne too. Oh, there's a too much value guy. Unclear if that's too much value Renata or if that's a contest. Because if it's a contest, you can play Tristana here. But
that was a BT slam though, right? With Archangel, so that's probably contest.
It's TF. It's TF. Oh yeah, you're fucking. So you probably just play RFC Tristana. Yikes.
Oh,
That's probably fine. It's probably fine.
but you need the Sentinels though, and that guy's gonna take Sentinels too.
You can just watch her. You can just watch her.
Oh.
I mean, it's not. It's worse, but I mean, frontline is frontline.
Man, this is a tough spot. Yeah.
Watch her Trist.
Not left.
Why not?
I feel like Epitaph's mainly good if you have more units, and given that we're so I mean, I feel like if we hit everything, that'd be good, but we're contested Sentinels.
No, we're not Sentinel. I feel like there's no way we're Sentinel.
Watchers. Okay.
Like, look at the board. Like, I feel like I mean, maybe he could pivot into it, but I feel like we're very likely Watchers, right? I feel like if you're thinking of contesting Sentinels here, it's kind of insane because we're already 2-star Darius. Pair this, we have one of each of these. We're just Watcher Trist.
Watcher Trist. Okay.
Although he doesn't hold the Scar, so maybe he's still thinking of pivoting to Sentinels. But that sounds so far here.
Yeah.
He holds the TF instead of the Scar, so maybe he's not actually Watcher. Maybe he just hates Watcher so much that it's just not worth it.
I feel like my instinct was, especially now that we know we're contested, just take Raining Gold. That would be my instinct.
So you can play contested? Huh. I'm giving he's hovering over it right away. It makes me think he takes it, but I feel like I would be inclined to take combat here and just play with what I have. Tristana Watcher. And I know it's not ideal, but I've seen it work out fine in some games. Does Raining Gold really allow you to contest Nocturne? Too much value. I think too much value Nocturne, you're fucked. You can't contest that. But
because you could be really stable though if you hit the Noc too. Like you should be like 90th percentile, right? Like you should be everybody in the lobby except for maybe one person.
Yeah, that's true. Raining Gold, I guess, gets you Nocturne 2 and some Sentinel upgrades if you drop to like 20 gold. And then you come back up. I feel like your setup is so weak though. You're just Forge Raining Gold in Scuttle Puddle. Anyone that takes triple combat just beats you. Is my concern.
So I feel like if you are able to you roll deep to find the Noc 2 here, you can recover the gold on minion round, and then if you can hit the Noc 3, then you are pretty much guaranteed a top 4. I feel like, or top 5. Whereas if you play in Epitaph and you just straight up miss or hit your Trist 3 late, like you could easily get a bot 4.
I don't feel that way about Nocturne. I feel like an RFC Nocturne, which is the worst version than all 3 ranged ones. If you hit Nocturne 3, but you face a bunch of strong boards, you lose a lot of stage 4. That's how I feel about the Nocturne line. Is that if you face any Elise, your Nocturne is fucked for like 5 seconds. Like, and then if you don't have a 3-star front line, especially, which here we're not going to, you play Sentinel. I feel like it's not that insane. Like it's not truly guaranteed top 4, but could be. The times I've played it, at least that's how it feels.
What if you play Automata Nocturne?
I haven't in a while. I haven't seen anyone try for it in a while either. Maybe it's better next patch, but I feel like this patch it's basically like, well, you could try given that Sentinels are contested. Yeah, it's definitely not replication. We have so many items already, so we can roll that for sure. Yeah, so now it's just our decision of this or this. And it sounds like you're leaning this. I don't hate it because like it allows you to roll and not kill your econ. I'm just scared that my cap is so bad.
Okay.
I'm curious what he goes for. Like what line he goes for here.
It has to be Epitaph here, right?
Yeah, why is he still thinking? Is he willing to take Scavenger? Bronze for Life Twitch? Yeah, he takes Epitaph. And then what is he? Yeah, he's the Water Trist. Yeah, because I feel like it's just too hard to... He also on a Garen.
Oh.
Maybe he's Emissary. It's probably Emissary Garen, but you can't even play this, right? For a long time. He wrecked my lobby in one of my lobbies. He killed us all with Tristana. It was Sentinel though. He hit super early. One of the games I played with him.
And this is like what?
Oh, he pivoted back into Sentinel. Damn.
Oh, because he hit the Alawi. This is like a top 4, 3rd or 4th place probably.
I can see 5th here. It just depends. But look at his setup now, right? Now he's Epitaph powered shields. That sounds so strong. As opposed to if you take Raining Gold here, I feel like you hit like this to me sounds way stronger than Raining Gold Nocturne. Even if you hit the Nocturne. I know it's RFC Trist, but who cares? This sounds way stronger than RFC Nocturne with no combat. He's just leveraging the fact that he already had 2. And likely he already stacked this guy a little bit, right? On stage 2.
He's still trying to angle towards 4 Emissary.
It probably depends on if you can hit Alawi 2. No Alawi 2, I feel like I'd rather pivot into Garen 2. I just want the front. Like, the only front line here you can have, there are only 2 options, right? Loris 2 is not good enough to end the game on. And Alawi 1 it has to be Garen 2 or Alawi 2. And that's it. You're never hitting Loris 3 here with this situation and your gold. So I feel like you're just whatever of Garen and Alawi you hit, you play that, is my thought. Okay. And you have to hold both outs because you're level 6, 0 gold. How does this game even go though? Let's see. Because his front line is still so mid. You don't have to just close this one out because it sounds like you said you're done after this one.
Yeah.
27. 15. I mean, this game's not going very well, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he wanted to play Nocturne, he didn't get to. Now he moves this. He's RFC Ezreal. I mean, 7th, not 8th. You're dead to this, right? He wins. Why is he zooming in and out? Oh, wait, what? Oh, he's upset that he got. There's a Nocturne player that went 8th, I think. Because 2 people played Nocturne. Okay. I did not see the spot of Beery. I mean, Beery's a good player. So I'm not going to doubt her line choice, but he seems upset about it. He was not happy. I mean, I wouldn't be happy either, dude. Like, the thing is, like, Beery's a good player, such that I'm not down to sit here and like be critical of her decisions. But then again, I don't know. Yeah, I would not be happy. He keeps zooming in and out. He's so unhappy, dude. He missed Final Lobby. This is probably a large part of why he missed Final Lobby. This one game. Oh, he was saying she was just playing for fun because she was out of the tournament at this point. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'd be super upset.
That sucks.
I'd be super upset about yeah, because she was. Damn. All right. Any before we wrap it up, if you have time, any like main takeaways you had for learnings from spamming a bunch of 3-1, 3-2 spots? Oh
I think-
wow! Just looking at the chat here, it's just a sick joke that I'm contested by melee knock. Nah, that's like getting giga griefed by someone who's mathematically out of the tournament, so they play for fun. It's so shit. I would feel so awful, man. I feel so. This guy does not bitch like this, by the way, like literally ever.
Yeah,
so if
that
he's doing
sucks.
it's like it's probably justified. Let me not show. I don't want to show it. I don't want like it. Yeah. Okay. Any main learnings?
I think I was underestimating when you're talking about your board state and econ is fine. Maybe we should add like your board state, econ, and items are good or exceptional. I think I was undervaluing that scenario. For number 3 there.
Oh, I see. Board state and I thought that if your items were not fine, you fall into this category.
Oh, okay.
But I guess you're saying
I guess
your board state.
I was not really actively capturing items in board state, which I just
I
need
see.
to do better.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. I think it's just more aptly like described here then.
I think what else? Really figuring out the situations, almost like process elimination of. I think usually what it was is depending on the encounter, if we have extra gold and items, like just process of elimination, getting to team combat as the ideal 3-2 augment. Yeah, I think that was something that I was not really actively considering as much.
So must factor in portals, basically. Portals, loot from stuff like that, right?
Yeah, because I think there were at least 1 or 2 games where the econ situation looked kind of like mid, but I did not consider that we were on an econ.
Yeah, that's a big part for sure. It's a really big aspect of it. One thing I don't know how actively you're considering this, but a lot of the top players I know to do this is considering what tier of augments are left, because that also tells you how good the econ options are on 3-2 and 4-2. The more prismatic they are, the less good econ options there are. The more gold augments there are, the better the econ options are.
Right.
Can you ask starting TFT if he plans to make a vid over the session? He makes a vid over all our sessions. Are you gonna make one off this one?
Yeah, well, I haven't done all our recent ones just because I was prepping for what was it, Tactician's trials last time. But this one I'll do one.
Gotcha, cool. Usually his vids though are like long form, where he kind of posts the whole thing. He'll do some stuff. He'll do some summary stuff in the beginning, but nonetheless, yeah. If you're interested, this like see this more in totality versus just jumping into the stream. You can do the VOD, or you can do definitely check out the YouTube vid when it drops.
Yeah. I think that covers it. Was there anything else that stood out to you about some of the differences in choices that I would have made? I guess one thing that stood out was the Bramble one versus.
Oh yeah.
What was the? It was Team Combat versus Bramble.
Bucky Buddies versus Bramble. Yeah, I think I would be more cautious taking Bramble on 3-2 when you already have. I think it's too painful for your item economy. Like completing a third tank item with an augment is scary as hell, because then where are all your frontline items going to go after that?
Mm-hmm.
I'm down to take a frontline item if you only have one frontline item at that point. But if you already have 2, you take a third one. Your cap is so low, and then your rest of your items are I feel like it's just kind of scary. So I'd be cautious in that scenario. The other thing was which I think you already mentioned here. You should factor in how good your items are when you're talking about, not even just like considering whether your board state is fine, but when you're trying to consider like, is my board strong or weak? There was one game where we had Vex with Shojin, JG, Guardbreaker on 3-1, and you seem to classify that as just like fine, whereas like that is like so good. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to recognize when your spot is shit, when your spot is good, when your items are so good. And in that scenario, it's so good, and you play around that, right? And then the other game, there's another game where Ezreal had IE, Last Whisper, Vow, triple item frontline, I think, and you also kind of classified it as just kind of like just good. But in fact, those items were like for 3-1 were also so good. So you just need to recognize like when things are actually like exceptionally good based on. That's basically like finding a 2-star 3 cost, right? You can think of it in that way. 2-star 3 cost gives you some amount of strength. Slamming 3 BIS items on stage 3-1 is basically like you found a 2-cost 3-star. Sorry, a 3-cost 2-star. The last thing was there was an Aurelia 3 on that Vex board that you sort of didn't factor into like being part of his board strength.
Right. And then the other thing I just consistently undervalued was bulky buddies. It seemed like every time bulky buddies appeared as an option, that was like the main thing that they took.
It's more so I think that there aren't that many generic combat options. I have on like especially on prismatic, but on gold as well. Frontline combat is what bulky buddies, powered shields, which is not that generic. Noble sacrifice, spirit link. So if you're looking for any like generic combat, this already fits the bill, right? And it's good in almost every comp.
Mm-hmm.
There are very few comps that don't like bulky buddies. And on prismatic, it's similar. I think prismatic has even fewer. Yeah, prismatic is I'm the carry now, which is mid. Movable object, which is not bad, and bulky buddies. So like, if you're looking for combat, which you are in many scenarios, especially in like a scuttle puddle, then you're almost always happy seeing this one.
Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you for the deep dive. This is very helpful.
Good luck in the tournament is on your
It's Saturday and
tournament.
Sunday.
Saturday, Sunday.
Are you free on Friday afternoon?
I think so. I may have. I'll check. I may have scrims then. I'll be like very actively scrimming for regionals prep.
Okay.
But if I don't, then at that time, or message me for sure. We can at the very least like a call, like a brief like thing to prep, or a full session. We'll see.
Okay. Yeah, we can like keep it short. I think it'd be helpful if we could just do like a really brief meta read. But it doesn't have to be like maybe you can just we can pencil it in for like 2. I'll ping you like the day before or day of, and then if not the afternoon, we can also do like after my kids go to bed, I can do like 8 or 9 or something.
Sounds good. You'll be my guinea pig because I need to have a good read for this patch, and presumably the only other mentee that will have a good meta read as a motivated of a student. I guess that's not true. I don't know. I think Raptor is playing for regionals, but Bosso is also prepping for regionals.
Yeah.
So maybe Bosso's mentor will. I forget. Oh, wait, no. Kai Wang's not in regionals. Okay, never mind. Okay, so surely if I'm prepping this much for regionals and giving you my read, then you should win. Given you already won. No pressure. But.
Yeah, no pressure. And then also the Aces TFT Plus tournament is also on Sunday. So.
Oh, you're playing 2 tournaments on Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Boy, that's kind of fun.
Super tired.
Kind of tactical. Kind of fun. Yeah, you'll be tired. So. When is regionals? In 2 weeks. All right.
All right, man.
GG's.
Talk to you later.
Catch you later. Peace.
Bye.